doing, guys? Happy hump day. Great to see everybody. Arctic Fox, Ace Lee, Junk Savvy, Lobo to Welfare, my man Heidenreich. Cheers, Hyde. Great to see you guys. Grumpy old man, I know you're out there. My lady Robin, I hope you're cool, calm, and collect. Nunya is going to knock it out the park today, so no need for you to be nervous, my lady. Yes, we have Enzo back with us on this fantabulous day. And yeah, let's get right into it. The market not looking how we looked the last couple days. A little bit red coming in. We'll see what happens. Netflix well, let's look at the 5 things they want us to know this morning. I always find that lets me know exactly what the mainstream media wants me to keep an eye on. So today we have, let's see if this holds. Stocks jumped again Tuesday, cementing a strong start to the week, although futures didn't look too bright Wednesday morning. The tech-heavy NASDAQ looked set to be buoyed by Netflix. Oh, interesting word. And a strong earnings report. Overall, even though it's early in the earnings seasons, companies' reports have been pretty solid so far. Even though fears of a Fed-driven recession linger, investors will have more earnings to chew on Wednesday with Procter & Gamble. They already reported they had good earnings, did taper their guidance off like a lot of companies. And then we have IBM and Tesla after the close. We'll talk about that a little bit later. Number 2, Netflix changes things up. Netflix came through with a strong earnings report Tuesday, easily beating expectations on its top and bottom lines, but its strongest metric was the number of subscriptions it added in the third quarter. So most of those, U.S. and Canada was the lowest tier. I think they added a net 100,000, 1.7 million or so in Asia. They also project to have, I think, around 4 million new users this quarter, but then also announced they would stop giving any kind of guidance on paid subscriptions. This will be the last earnings report that they do that. So a little bit weird. Also revealed the password sharing plan. So basically they're going to disrupt the market with that. Probably cost some friendships. The way it's going to work, if you're the account that you're the main account and you're letting somebody use it, they're going to notify you and them. They're going to notify you and say, hey, would you like to add this person to your account for an extra whatever a month? And then if you don't, it's basically going to notify the other person, hey, so-and-so didn't want to add you, but we can let you do it. We'll let you hop onto them still for the $4.99 or whatever it is. So that's kind of how they're doing it, which I can't blame them. Cracking down on password sharing. What are you going to do? Turning back the clock. You want to feel old? The last time the mortgage demand was this low, according to the Mortgage Bankers Association, was 1997, and Seinfeld was the top TV show, and Jewel dominated the music charts with You Were Meant for Me. Wow. So that's old. We'll just, this time, depending on which organization is keeping track, rates are now hovering near or above 7%. And what was it, 4 straight months, Junk Savvy? We've had a decline in mortgage applications and haven't seen these lows since 97. Flying high again, number 4. United Airlines is bullish on fourth quarter air travel as people shake off 2 years of COVID restrictions and head out for the holidays. Looking forward through the end of the year, the airline expects the strong recovery trends to continue to overcome the recessionary pressure in the macroeconomic environment. Oops, sorry about that. Delta Airlines, which projected a profit during the fourth quarter, and America Airlines, or United reports later or Delta reports later today, I think, and then American set to report before the bell Thursday. And Procter & Gamble. So this is more about the warning than their earnings call, and this isn't anything new. The consumer goods giant known for producing Tide detergent and Crest toothpaste said it expects foreign exchange to weigh on its results during the fiscal year. The U.S. dollar has strengthened considerably against other nations' currency in recent months as the Federal Reserve has jacked up interest rates to fight surging inflation. Companies' earnings and revenues, by the way, topped expectations in the most recent quarter as price increases offset a decline in sales volume. So we talked about that yesterday, if that would come into play with the Netflix earnings because they're so global, but didn't seem to matter. Junk Savvy dropping all that news. Mullen CEO David Mishry received 46 million shares at zero cost as part of a scheduled performance payment. Mullen's president and CAO each received 300,000 shares at zero cost as well. Mullen's stock down 95% year to date. And I think that's a sign to 95% down year to date is definitely a sign that the people in charge should be rewarded. I mean, I think performance speaks for itself. The stock's outperforming the likes of my son's lemonade stand and maybe one other business that we could find. So I don't understand the incentives on that, Junk Savvy. I know we talked a little earlier about it. For me, holding the little amount of Mullen that I do, that doesn't make me feel any kind of reassurance. Just being honest. And on more news, they buy electric vehicle ELM's assets for cash on hand, and funding commitment of up to $240 million, provides access of up to $275 million to close acquisition, fund vehicle launches. Where are they getting this money? I just don't understand it. So that'll allow acceleration of path to production and market for the M5 and Bollinger B1, B2 retail vehicles by 12 plus months. Factory in Mishawaka provides manufacturing capability to produce 50,000 vehicles per year. They want to impress me, Junk Savvy. They got to start with one. And I'm not being a jerk. I was reading that news this morning and it just bewildered me. It bewildered me. I'm all for CEOs being rewarded for their hard work, stuff like that, on every level. I don't see it there. His interviews are garbage. His stock is down 95%. There's going to be more dilution. I mean, I guess that was the dilution. We thought that they were going to sell him. Instead, they were just like, we're just going to give him to Mishry and the boys. They deserve it. They've been working hard. They've been doing Benzinga interviews and, Randy! Good morning, Mr. Stagner. Great to see you. Oh, interesting. Interesting, Randy. Getting money from people you don't want to borrow from? Well, I don't like the sound of that. GCT unveiled its new private domain feature for sellers on its B2B GigaCloud marketplace on October 13th. Users of GigaCloud can now share their products with existing or potential customers via a personal GigaCloud web-hosted platform. Private domain is designed to provide marketplace sellers the flexibility of sharing all their listings available online on the GigaCloud marketplace without customers viewing other supplier products. If only I had a product to sell online, I would take advantage of that. All right, guys, it is 11 minutes after 9. We got 19 minutes before the casino opens. And then we're going to power through this hump day. For the third season in a row, NBA will reportedly not be randomly testing players for marijuana, a policy that insiders expect could become permanent. Players can still be screened for probable cause. Well, if they ain't testing Draymond Green for Sucker and Homeboy, they ain't testing nobody. Well, and Junk Savvy, and I would love to hear Rick Cogswell's take on that as well, as far as these thank you, Grumpy. It messed me up because I had the other thing on before. I figured if it was gonna be if I wasn't gonna be on here, I wanted to have a little bit more information up there. But I'm gonna keep working on that. Harley Knight, good morning, Stanley. Great to see you, my friend. Happy Wednesday. Poker tonight, Stanley. Be there or be square, brother. Just take our ball and go back to work. So futures down, but not anything crazy. About 0.5% or so. Pretty much across the board. Mr. Birdie Hunter. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Great to see you, Birdie. Happy Wednesday. Keep an eye on those SQs, Birdie. And I'm working on getting that Amsterdam exchange up in the morning early, Birdie. Some of the Asian markets. So I'll be talking to you a little bit more about that, and we're going to get that up and running. Red Hill Biopharma. Let's see what's going on here. This is up 82%. Oh, here we go. Let's see. So Red Hill, a specialty biopharmaceutical company, today announced the granting by the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office of a further method of use patent that protects the administration of opaganib. I'm sorry. For the inhibition of a disease caused by coronavirus in a subgroup population of patients requiring a fraction of inspired oxygen up to and including 60% at baseline, adding to the existing strong patent suit covering opaganib. So patent news. Sorry guys, that's some of this medical stuff is out of my league, but that is what's happening. Patent news for them up 82%. Hutenmarken Germ Corp. Good to see you, brother. Good to see you. Hey, take care of that business, Birdie. Take care of that business. You know the deal. Family first, then you take care of business, then you got your trader fam here. Oh, 44 this morning? That's about what we were. We were probably actually maybe a little bit lower than that, Arctic Fox. Kintera Therapeutics, that's another one ripping this morning, up 52% at 15.2 cents on. Oops, sorry. So this is a kind of a strange situation. It's a situation where bad news is acting as a catalyst, but not just in the way that we've seen in the past where it makes 0 sense. So what happened here was Kintera Therapeutics pauses REM 001 program to conserve funds to support VAL 083 international registrational study. So basically what happened is they paused one program to focus on a stronger one. in a sense, I guess that puts that on the back burner, but in a bigger sense, it saves the company $3 million approximately. And again, when you're looking at the size of the company, an $8 million market cap, saving $3 million, especially nowadays. Like I said, this is bad news that's acting as good news, not bad news that's being disguised as good news. So take that for what it's worth. $38. Well, hopefully, milady, you won't have to endure many more winter days. Hangman Adam Page. I did not hear anything about that. I do know the name, Lobo. You know my thoughts on wrestling. You know I'm an old school fanatic. But I'm also 40 some odd years old. So my memory goes on me sometimes. All right. 12 minutes before the open. Enzo, how you feeling about this open, brother?
Feeling all right. I'm looking for Netflix to just start screaming back in the next 2 days. I don't know what it is, but if you go look at January 20th, really the only time I can see a gap up, and I didn't look very hard, but I looked decently hard. The only time I've seen a gap up that size, followed by 2 days of absolute plummet. I think that SPY's ability to get rejected at 370, 374 again, very likely. And I think that they're just propping it up through everybody's earnings. I think that Tesla's probably going to have great earnings, but it's probably not going to be enough. Something's going to move the peg on to the downside at some point, I think, but I could be wrong. It could find a bottom. Bitcoin could find a bottom. There's a lot of things. SQs look like they could either triple top or break through on a 5-minute candle towards the upside. We need to break 57.90, and we need to hold on the SPY right here. 69.80. 369.80 or 368.80, excuse me. No, I have massive amount of buys to the downside.
Okay. I know me and you talked a little earlier about this. We kind of disagree on
right.
Netflix, which is
right.
Absolutely. So my thing is, you got that big gap still to fill from that huge drop in April, when they dropped from 330-ish to 230-ish. And I just see, I don't know. Every earnings we've seen so far have been good only because the expectations were so low. Netflix, it wasn't even that the I mean, they blew earnings out the box, more so than I thought. And I don't know. I don't know if people are going to load the boat thinking Netflix is back after everything that they rolled out. Strange to me that they're not going to give any advisement after this quarter on what they project to add. And I think that the U.S. market is still troubling. Like, I get we're not the biggest market in the world per se, but my fear is this: is they're gaining all these subscribers in Asia. At what point did they have to either kowtow to somebody to keep those subscribers, or at what point do we see the Chinese knockoff of Netflix over there? You know what I mean?
Right. Well, I can tell you that I have a level at 270.56, 270.56, and 270.226 that I'm looking for to get rejected. It might want to only come back to the 680, or excuse me, the 268.49, and not break over that 50 mark, because that's where VWAP started pre-market, or I'm sorry, it ended yesterday. I'd like to see if it can even regain that. But with the SQs looking as good as they do, stepping up into the open here, and I think Tesla gave a little bit of it back, trying to hold its pre-market right here. I would not be shocked to see Tesla get rejected right around 219.65, maybe even higher at 220.17 maybe. But I still think we're going to the downside in all of most of this market. I think we might actually even trade sideways for the day on a lot of things. But if anything's gonna happen, I would be assuming downside.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking downside today either way, just because, I mean, we didn't finish as strong as we started yesterday, but still a pretty green day. Monday, we know what happened. I just don't think we're at the bottom yet, but I think these artificial. Yeah, I turned them down. That was my fault. Let me know. You should be better now. I just think these artificial good earnings are going to continue to roll through, and it does, all these Forex warnings, it doesn't seem like anyone even cares about those, where it's like, yeah, you got these companies that are putting out good earnings, and then at the same time saying, well, we're headed for a recession though, and it's like, well, let's party for now, who cares, that's coming, so I don't see it going anywhere. The next couple of weeks as we roll through these earnings, I think we're going to continue to see beat expectations, but. And it seems like the reaction is taking the future out of it. The reaction is, well, yeah, sure, they said this is going to happen, but, they did good this quarter because they lowered their expectations so much earlier in the year. Sabrina, good morning, Sabrina. Great to see you. And Sabrina, I just wanted to let you know that that Junk Savvy does not put the blue heart there just to be different or anything. It's just her way, and I think it's amazing of kind of letting people know that's news. So I didn't want you to feel like there was any kind of different thing, because you guys are both our news sleuths, and we love the bananas out of both of you. I don't know how long this artificial party will last. I mean, if I was a betting man, I would say probably another 20 days or so. And then we see what happens after the midterms. And it depends on how the midterms go. I think that's it's not just getting through them. I think, without talking about individual candidates or anything like that, there is going to be an impact, how things go. So I think setting any timetables past that, Lobo, is just guessing. It's just guessing. I think you kind of have to look at, we got to see how things go. Well, yeah, we are. But what Junk Savvy does is she puts the blue heart first before the news, almost like a bullet point. That's all. Sabrina, trust me. I know, girl. I know what goes into it. Trust me. I know what it takes to have to edit, to try to fit it in, to try to get... I know it's not just cut and pasting, guys. Like, she's... It's work that goes into what both of those young ladies do. And we could not do what we do without them. So, love you both. Caesar C in the house. What's up, Caesar? Great to see you. We got 4 minutes before the casino opens. Be sure to have your have everything. Grumpy says Ralph could do the blue heart. Sabrina, you're never gonna live that name down. You're always gonna be Ralph in our hearts. So.
Ready.
Now you sound like you're a mile away. Bring it on back. Bring it on back. We got 3 minutes.
I'm just smoking a cigarette real quick right before market because, you know,
Hey,
I'm about to
that's what
just
people that
kill.
smoke cigarettes do. That's what they do.
Right.
Who the hell are we to judge?
Naturally. But I'm about to do surgery on this market, so I gotta go get sterile real quick.
Okay. Go scrub in, doctor. Oh, you're at the office today, Caesar. Well, hey, make the best of it, brother. Make the best of it. That's all.
You're gonna need some headphones.
Yeah, you better make it happen, Lobo. Get that coffee run. Arctic Fox, my man. Appreciate you showing that love. Yeah, that's a good question. Junk Savvy. Maybe Enzo knows a guy at Google that can maybe bend the rules for us a little bit.
Oh, I'm sure somebody can bend over for me at Google. What's popping?
We want more characters. We want more characters in the chat. Caesar C, don't apologize. I got a tremendous laugh out of that trade offer that you sent them, so it was all the worthwhile. 2 minutes, guys. 2 minutes, and we'll be off and running.
And we're up. See your name. They'll write it on the wall. Mind your business. Look at Tesla perking up right here, right back to that 220.16 area, 220.17, 18-ish. I'm assuming that because of that, we're going to get rejected just off the thought. I think Netflix might make it back to the 285.17, maybe a little higher than that, but I don't think it's going to be very good after that.
Well, you got to think if the market goes down, the market itself will just push Netflix back.
Right, especially if it just ran an incredible amount for no reason. That's what I'm calling. Not financial advice.
Attaboy.
But
look at you.
But
look at you. You're growing up right before our eyes. Right. I love it. Enzo dropping disclaimers. We are making progress, folks.
I mean, I am a walking disclaimer at this point.
10 seconds, guys. Remember, as always, keep an eye on your own charts. You will get that slight YouTube delay when we hit this bell here. And ding,
Go.
Ding, ding. And then I'm like a kid in a candy store. I don't know where to look. I'm looking at 20 different things. Netflix, showing that downside you were talking about. Dipped all the way, hit 264. So giving back those gains. Let's see if it holds. So all three indices opening up red, but the SPY spiking here. The Nasdaq opening down 0.65%. The S&P opening down 0.47%. The Dow Jones opening down 0.14%. You got AMC opening in the red, down 2.6%. APE down almost 5%. GME down close to 3%, under that $26 mark. Netflix battling here, 267.22 on Netflix. So holding those 10% gains, but for how long is the question. I like it. Enzo doesn't. This is a beautiful thing. Because I think this is a great example of how two different views can be. That we're someone's going to be wrong all the time, and if you say it's going to go up or it's going to go down, you know what I mean. But both were based on. I'm basing it on what I think of how the earnings went and kind of the fundamentals that way. Enzo basing it a little bit more on his charting. So I think two great indicators, two great ways of seeing something, and I think this is going to be interesting to watch how this plays out. I think we called the earnings pretty good here. I don't like to pat ourselves on the back. If any of you guys were here yesterday right before the closing bell, I think we nailed the earnings pretty good. I think everything that we talked about in that video came to fruition. And again, you know, any video, any content that we put out is never going to say that something's guaranteed or never push too hard in one direction. But I think watching that, you guys could get our idea of how we thought the earnings was going to go. And as we see it dipping down here, 263.50. Big red candle on Netflix now. And the Dow trying to go green. The Dow just about to even. S&P holding down 0.44%. NASDAQ down 0.67%. Across the top 10 there. Microsoft down 0.63%. We got the Googles both down about 0.2%. Amazon down over 2%. 113.94 on Amazon. Tesla a little bit of red. 218.86 on Tesla. Meta holding some green, up 1.3%. Nvidia down about 0.5%. Pepsi up 0.2%. Costco down 0.25%. And the big one, Apple down about 0.5%. Last Kazi standing. Good morning, Rich. Great to see you. Great to see you. What you got there, Enzo? What you looking at?
I'm absolutely disgusting. I got that buy on Netflix at 268.20 flat, and I'm taking the SPY right here at the 69. I think everything is exactly where I want it to be. I just need it to make the right move. Right off of this 370 area.
So markets all pushing up here. S&P gonna go green. S&P only down 0.2%. Nasdaq down 0.46%. Netflix pushing back up 268.70, 269. Haven't busted through that 270 mark yet. 269.45. The Dow starting to cook. Let's see what's there. You got United Health up, Goldman up, McDonald's. It's because I got the Mac Awesome shirt on. Caterpillar up, Chevron. Yeah, crude oil was making a move
I
this
need
morning.
Tesla to stop and not go. I need it to stay under 121.65.
You need Tesla to stay under 120.65? You mean 220.65?
226, yes. Sorry.
No,
220.65. SQs look like they're coming down for support right here at the 56.41. Yeah, this is about to get real interesting.
I was waiting for those, Sabrina. I had a feeling those would be coming out after those earnings because we've seen so many price targets slashed back in April. So you got Netflix price target raised to $285 a share from $230 by Macquarie. That's quite a query, Mary.
I'll take 170, please, Alex, for the win. We don't get fooled again. Yo, what's that? The Who? Is that the Who?
That's the Who.
I'm looking at the Netflix chart and going, who is that guy? Because he's about to fall through VWAP and the 200 and take his shirt off and get weird. I'm ready.
Okay, I'm checking out the dailies on Tesla on earnings real quick.
Somebody's close.
Go, Bobby.
They crushed their last earnings. The next day they ran almost 10%. Yeah, I don't know how that's if they're making the donuts in-house, Rich, about the McDonald's partnership with Krispy Kreme. I would imagine so. Around here, they sell Krispy Kreme in like a bunch of gas stations. So I would think that they would still be made by Krispy Kreme and delivered to McDonald's. What you Owen?
The whole market take big red candles all of a sudden.
It's gonna happen. Stocks go up, stocks go down.
Yeah, we're about to go down there, baby. Hold on to something.
Okay, the Dow holding green, up 0.17, S&P down 0.13, the Nasdaq down 0.25%.
Netflix, you don't want anymore. Go back to your kennel. Nope.
Netflix still pushing 268.50.
Look at it. It's
Not
so
getting
cute.
not getting to the highs that it hit right off the
It's
earnings.
so cute. Look at it. Look at Tesla. This trade. Tesla VWAP right here. SQ's trying to come back over the top of VWAP. All right, are you seeing that?
No, I'm not looking at the SQs.
No, I'm talking about just everything in general right now, just dropping out of the, just losing its bottom.
Oh yeah, I'm seeing that. I figured
Beautiful.
that was coming.
Netflix is the only thing that can hold on.
Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on that. I don't know for how long it can.
That's what I'm looking at right now. I'm watching the SPY, Tesla, SQs, and...
Oh, Tesla just went green.
If Netflix gets rejected again right here, it's going to push Tesla and the SPY back through its support. It's coming to the downside.
Oh, it just busted through 270.
That's not... That's,
Look at that volume on Netflix.
Yeah.
Almost at the 90-day average. 10 minutes into the day. So a lot of interest here. I don't know. It's maybe they made a good enough pitch. My two problems is they didn't address what shows aren't going to be on the ad-based subscription. And they didn't address any of the Forex issues. They didn't address currency issues. They didn't address any of those things. It was more of a, I don't know. They touted their hits. You know what I mean? They patted themselves on the back for Stranger Things and stuff like that. Uh-oh. Don't like to see that. Breaking news. Putin imposes martial law on annexed regions. The battle for Kherson imminent. Civilians told to flee. Why couldn't we do things like we used to back in the day? Why couldn't it just be like, Putin just challenged Zelensky to a dance-off. Someone's got to get served. You know what I mean? Why can't we do things like that? Well, praying for the safety of the people over there. Hopefully the civilians get a chance to flee and get a chance to get out of there. And, you know, not that military losses are any better, you know, because they're all human losses. But hopefully, you know, the families and stuff like that can get out. And I don't know. Just crazy. When it comes to kind of some of that news, I highly recommend. I know I've always been a Joe Rogan kind of promoter, but he sat down recently with Roger Waters, who maybe I don't agree with everything. And actually, I had a lot of misconceptions about Roger Waters because I'm one of the biggest Pink Floyd fans of all time, but I had a view about him that maybe wasn't true, and highly recommend checking out that episode. He's got a lot of great things to talk about. Yeah, something like that. Lip sync battle, you know, karaoke in cars, something creative. You know, we're getting woke to everything else. Why can't we get woke to war? You know, everything else is we walk on eggshells not to offend anybody. We do this, we do that. but yet war is just okay. War is not offensive. I'm not offended by, people.
Tesla's leaving. Go. Oh, no.
To the downside, 218.20.
Here you go.
And
this is gonna be
dropped
a
almost
trade.
a full percent right there in about 17 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Netflix is trying to push down. That's a fight.
Bum, bum, ba, bum, bum, ba, bum, ba, da. Is that parade music or is that war music?
A little bit of both.
Oh, perfect. Because I'm about to go.
And I joke, guys. I don't joke because I think that what's going on over there is a laughing matter by any means. You guys know that. I think it's very serious. It's very heartbreaking. But
It's unfortunate.
it is. It's unfortunate, and unfortunately, there's nothing I can do about it here. We're kind of just observers on this. It stinks,
Nope.
but
It is what it is.
yeah.
We can only control what we can control right now. But that is to make some money off of it. So if Putin wants to go and annex Africa right now, I don't care. If you want to go and see what Australia's having, go find out what they're doing. But right this moment, crash the market if you.
KPRX sliding. KPRX, a runner from yesterday, down 7.5% now. Just hit that daily low, 750. So if any of you guys are still looking at that KPRX or still in, maybe a good dip here. Netflix ripping to the upside. 271.80 now, 13% gains for Netflix. Tesla fighting at that 219 mark, down about 0.5%. And GME remaining under 26, 25.93 on GameStop, 8 under that $2 mark, 197. AMC down 3%, 632. Is that what that is? I gotta claim ignorance, Junk Savvy. I am terrible on knowing what dun 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 dun. I don't know what the real versions of them are. Because basically when it comes to anthems, I could never have anything respectful like that played for me. If I was to get some kind of thing like that, it would be. So I would get something more like that. Well, Lobo, did you know that
Tesla's breaking to the downside.
all a Danish is, Lobo, is a donut without a hole. Remember that. Tesla
Amen. Breaking
to the downside. Down 3/4, make that 0.8%. Netflix still kicking to the upside, 12.5% gains there, 271.02. Twitter, a little bit of upside, 52.07, 0.5% gains for Twitter. We got Meta in the green. D-Nut, otherwise known as Krispy Kreme for Grumpy. That's up there. A little bit of green, 13.21. Still riding high off that McDowell's news. I'm right there with you, CBS. I'm right there with you. Good morning, good morning. Great to see you. Mind blown, right, Lobo? 272.50 now on Netflix, continuing to push to that upside. And heat map not looking as good as we've seen the last couple days. We've been seeing the green pastures. Today we're seeing a little bit of not so green. So the energy sector really really the greenest throughout there. Entertainment doing well, probably mostly on the backs of Netflix. Disney up 2.3%. I have to think a lot of that has to do with their involvement in streaming, and that was something we talked about with Netflix going into the earnings, how it would affect Disney, how it would affect Paramount, things like that, and we're seeing some good sympathy off of that today. Procter & Gamble over here, the big gainer after those good earnings. Walmart, meh. United Health, meh. Healthcare, meh. So a lot of meh in the market. But we will keep an eye on that heat map and see which way it goes. Maybe it gets a little, maybe it gets a whiter shade of pale. Maybe it gets a little greener shade of green. Only one way to find out, by sticking around.
Don't you threaten me with a good time.
Grumpy. There you go, Brina. Get it, girl. Netflix just continuing to push up. 273.04 now. We got a new daily high, 273.78 on Netflix. Them SQs pushing up a little bit. Birdie, I think if you're out there, I know you got some $60 SQs, I think. Not quite getting there yet, but they're up 1.5%.
I just filled Tesla puts.
Tesla puts. So where we at on Tesla? We're
219.71.
perfect. What are you looking for on this? What level are you looking to? Is this an in and out? Are you looking for a specific? Talk to me.
I'm looking for any break under the 215 and see where that runs to with any type of pressure. I'm thinking we go back 213 or so. I would probably, I would want to be in and out very quickly. I think Tesla goes and drops under the 219.28 right here on this candle, and we lose that support that we just had. That's where the fight is going to be right now. SPY's going through the bottom. I would assume that Netflix is going to go and have trouble going through here. I think everything will fall out of the bottom. I mean, the SPY's barely hanging on as it is. 1868.12. I'm sorry, $368.12 on the SPY is what problem is there. Netflix is 275.28 right now. Is where I'm looking. But I'm just averaging into some puts.
That's a long time ago, Lobo, back when they actually did reporting. Netflix still pushing. They ain't able to stop this thing right now, so they're past the about 2 million trades past the 90-day average volume. New high at 275.48. But you gotta look how beat down this thing was. This was down 65% on the year, just on the year. And we're not talking about some potential startup EV company like we were earlier with Mullen when we were talking about being down 95%.
Give me that buy.
You talk about
Give
Netflix, you're talking about one of the the benchmark in streaming services. Whether they've been dethroned by Disney, I guess is up for debate, but I don't know. Depending on how high this thing goes, I think this could be a good signal of if institutional money is feeling like we possibly have bottomed, at least maybe temporarily, depending on how much money we see pour into this. And then, as we get into these earnings, let's look for some of the same thing. Let's look for companies like Meta, companies like Google, companies that are, by all accounts, their stock is beaten down. Maybe not to the level of Netflix, but I think once we see big money start pouring into those blue chip stocks, I think we got to look at it as a potential signal. What's your thoughts on that, Enzo? When we start seeing, if we see overreactions to these earnings with these big companies, say it happens with Tesla tonight. Say we see big reaction, just hypothetically. Do you think that's starting to be a bigger picture signal where it's saying, okay, I'm seeing this kind of money coming into Netflix, coming into Tesla, coming into Amazon, coming into companies like that are Tesla's not so much beaten down, but you get what I'm saying. Where do you think it's going to signal anything? I guess is my question. As far as us maybe having found the bottom. Now, I know that's a ridiculous question with so many wild cards out there, so much stuff still going on globally, internally, elections, all that crap. But like Junk Savvy made a great point yesterday. You know, the stock market operates 6 to 9 months ahead of the economy. You know what I mean? So, thoughts?
I think that there is it's a big indicator called sentiment and the people that are behind the stock market. Like the people that aren't on the TV are waving their hands saying, "Hey, things are on fire right now. You need to like find shelter." And other people that are trying to boost this positive sentiment into the market, I don't understand why. People are like, I don't see any good reason that the stock market should be going up right now when inflation is as bad as it is, when we're having to have rate hikes every 5 seconds. Doesn't really make any sense. Nothing's ever for sure at this point. I think the indicators of the stocks themselves, all deciding to be in a downtrend all at the same time. That's not just a coincidence. That's just trend. We can't go and do anything until we figure out where bottom is. I think the indicator of things starting to move up is when you're going to start seeing people pour more fear into the market than necessary. I think the people that are going to go and say, "Oh, you know what? The Feds are going to really screw us," and you're going to see a huge bearish sentiment over the market, and you're going to see it extreme fear, where they say, like, they call people out, "No, you're going to lose your house."
So you think we see a huge sell-off type event before we hit the bottom at some point? Is that what you're thinking?
Yes. Oh yeah.
I could see that, but I could also see a slow. I could see the market continue to decline as individual stocks hit bottoms. So like I said, so say that was the bottom for Netflix. Now say we see the bottom for Microsoft after their earnings, individual stocks. But I agree, as far as the rest of the market, I think there'll be more fear. But I think the big institutions will have themselves positioned already, because once there is that fear, there's going to be sell-offs, like you said, but then there's also going to be people looking to put money in what they think is a safe haven. You know, where they might be willing to put money into Apple with the expectations of, okay, Apple might see 5% more downside, but the market in general is going to see 20% more. So it's and I think, like I said, I think these earnings are all going to be important, but I think we need to see through them a little bit. We need to not just look at them because they're not the earnings themselves may be as good as they appear, but the forward thinking, it's not as positive as the reaction that we're getting. That's what's throwing me off. Because they're beating expectations because they were lowered. But there's not a lot of people that are addressing anything in the future other than, Netflix gave a 4 million user projection, 4 million subscription projection for the next quarter. What does that mean though? Like, did Netflix improve so good? Did their streaming service get so good in the last 3 months that they went from losing 970,000 customers to gaining over 2 million customers? Or did Netflix go into maybe some poorer countries and put people on the hook for subscriptions by saying, okay, whatever the Verizon is that deals in some of these Asian, these Asian territories that they're moving in, are they going in and getting money from them, or are they getting money through phone services, through things like that? Like, are there actual people behind these accounts is what I wonder.
I have seen a couple. I mean, you can go and see that we've done it over here in the States. Why would you think we wouldn't? I mean, you can go and look at even the apps companies use. They want to go and have, even if it's something so minute and stupid to the user, like, hey, would you, some type of advertisement or a question that goes and gives you more data on your user. But if you go and say, hey, we'll go, and like Weeble does it all the time with their share program, hey, refer a friend.
Yeah, I don't know how many friends Weeble thinks I have that they keep.
Right. But my question is like, how do you go and give me this many user or this many stock or free stock options, but every single time you give me something that's available, it immediately walks itself down almost 50%. It happened with Snap, it happened with Tesla, it's happened with a bunch of different stocks, but they always go and tell you, hey, we'll put it's just, I feel like companies use these little numbers or apps or views or some type of analytic, and they're boosting just enough to get it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Buy whatever they need.
Well, and they're all helping each other out with their bottom line. So you got you take like Verizon, you take my plan. So Verizon, I'm sure, even though they don't tell you, I'm sure that there's something priced into my Verizon bill that is a kickback to Netflix because I get free Netflix through there. Or not Netflix, I'm sorry, Disney Plus. Disney Plus. I used to get Netflix through I forget what it was. But they're helping both ways because now they can say they got a subscriber, even though it's somebody that's, either on a trial basis or something like that. And I don't know. I fear the fallout from this password thing, and it's understandable. But even CNBC was pushing back on it. The one lady on there, she was like, so I gotta pay more. So I pay for the best plan. And now I got to pay more because my daughter wants to, my daughter's a freshman in college and she wants to use my Netflix account. And they're like, it's petty stuff, but at the same time, it's a service. So I understand Netflix side of it, but I don't know how good it's going to work out for them. And I think that's a bigger deal than the ad stuff right now because I don't know. Netflix with that, it's one thing to be used to something with ads, but the fact that Netflix has never existed with ads, I don't know if people could adapt to it. Well, that's true too. And you know what, Ace Lee, it's a great point that you say that because that's one of the things that I get rewards like that. So I got a Chase credit card that I only use for Amazon. It's an Amazon Chase card. That's all I use it for. Any purchases, I use it on Amazon because I get good points and stuff like that, and pay it immediately. But that's the kind of perks like I'll get. They'll get, oh, try every month. Try this for free for a month. You know what I mean? And it'll be Paramount Plus, or try Stars free for a month. Try this for a month. But then when I'm trying it for a month, does that count as a new subscriber?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Oh, Jeff Bezos said it's time to batten down the hatches?
Yo.
That's kind of scary.
I'm watching a...
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm watching a mass amount of 368s for... 368s today, and there's 2 times the amount. Yeah, people are piling into all the way to 364 right now. Puts
for today.
Yep. I would look out a couple more days, but knowing that if they think that it's going to get there today, not very many buys on the the call side of the ball today, but 360s wouldn't be bad 5 days out, in my opinion.
Okay.
Maybe even if you want to go in a little safer, I would go probably 362, play that 362.80 break. But you want to make sure that this stays down and breaks low here. But I'm already into this trade. My Tesla keeps going from about 20% up to 4% down. And I promise you, if Netflix rips to the downside, I'm definitely going topless today.
Non-refundable. We've been on since I had the stream up at 8, and we've been on since 9. Good morning, Hills Bills, and yeah, I think
Morning, Hills.
first Hills, what you're doing for your community out there, absolutely awesome. Not to go into too much detail, but it's amazing what you're doing, and I think what you're saying is kind of exactly what Enzo was talking about a minute ago about the fear, about stuff like that, and that's why I don't think it's going to be one event. I think that we see it so often. What she's saying, rich people creating that fear, that maybe it's the frog in the boiling water type thing, Enzo. Instead of it being a day or an event or one thing that causes a massive sell-off, we've been seeing it over the last 6 months or so of these little sell-offs.
Fair. I just think that I look at the market technical wise, and I see a lot of places that we could go back to. If you look at the charts of the Dow, the SPY, Tesla, we've ran for 2 years. Nobody even said, "Hey, excuse me, slow down."
Oh yeah.
Like, there was nobody monitoring any type of upside to any market. And then all of a sudden AMC and GME pop off, and now everybody wants to go and be kosher. Well, that's not how it works. You guys were running the market for almost 2 years prior to that, and I mean, just go look at the charts. There's a break to the upside, and then there's no retest of any 200, 250. There's nothing like that. It's actually quite incredible.
I'll tell you, if you got a SPY chart up, Enzo, look back to March 2020. So this is the indicator that I'm looking for. Look back to March 2020 and look at that volume on the selling side, and then as he started the recovery. That's the kind of volume that I think we'll see at some point. That'll be the big trigger.
Fair.
Now, when that's going to come, is it going to take an event? Because obviously that happened around an event. That wasn't well, we got a lot of things going on, inflation, this and that. This was, the world was about to friggin' end, back in that day. Right. And it was, so I don't even know if we'll see that kind of volume, but I still feel like that kind of money's on the sidelines. And even more so, because you look at, say all that money there was even if you say 40% institutional, which is way undershooting it, that money's tripled since then. Billionaires became bigger billionaires in the last 3 years. So and we are at 10:06, guys. 36 minutes into this fabulous hump day. And again, for those of you interested, remember, poker tonight in the Discord, 8 p.m. Eastern Time.
Except for Santa.
Where is Santa? Have you talked to him today? I know he had
I banned him. I told him not to win any more poker, and he played games. Okay?
No, I haven't heard from him. I know he had a doctor's appointment yesterday, and he wasn't around. So Santa, hopefully you're out there. Hopefully everything is good, brother.
I will actually give him a call. Yeah, no, I didn't know that he was doing any of that.
I only know because the day before we were talking about when we went to the Discord, when we went on lunch, and we were talking about, you know, really have it if you're playing, especially spy calls or anything like that are more on a daily basis, how you really need to be on top of them. And it only came up because he had mentioned, you know, the next day that he had a doctor's appointment and he wouldn't be able to be looking at it nonstop, things like that. So hopefully hopefully it was just routine. I don't think it was anything too monumental.
He said, no, it's no big.
10:07 a.m. guys. What I'm gonna ask us all to do is just have a, you know what? I believe in karma. I believe in energy. I know he's not in the chat with us right now, but what I'm gonna ask you guys to do is whatever your sign of encouragement and sign of love, if it's a blue heart, if it's a thumbs up, whatever it is, throw that in the chat right now for me, for my man Nunya Business, doing a big presentation right now. And I know he's going to knock it out the park. I know he doesn't need this, but again, I believe in cosmic energy, all that good stuff. And I think if we show him some love, I think it will just hammer home what he's about to do.
Yeah, he doesn't miss.
No, and this isn't him giving a little performance he's not doing interpretive dance for 13 people. You're talking about big auditorium arena type presentations. You know what I mean? Nunya's the real deal. I know he doesn't like to brag, and I'm not going to delve into what he does, but he's making it happen. Oh yeah, Hill's got some royal flushes. Hey, you guys had me. I had I had you two, Hills, Sabrina, and Rick against me, and I came out. I don't know how the hell that happened. That was lucky. That might be one of my proudest poker moments, actually. Not gonna lie. Appreciate that, guys. Appreciate you showing Nunya that love, and I don't speak for people often, but I know he would say thank you. Ace Lee, how dare you? How dare you? On that note, Ace Lee, I am going to take a quick 5 minutes. I'm going to leave you with Enzo here, if that's cool, and go let the dogs out because it is rainy and muddy out there, and I know it's going to take me a few extra minutes because my puppy likes to try to drink puddles and swim.
Okay, then.
Yeah.
Well, you enjoy that walk?
If I had to describe it non-refundable, what it says in his LinkedIn bio is breaking necks and cashing checks, I think. I actually was, Hills. I'm not going to lie. I give credit where credit's due. And that was like 3 of the best poker players I know against me. You, Sabrina, and Rick. It was 1,000% luck, no doubt about it.
I'm chopped liver, apparently.
You're not that good. I can read you. You got a You don't understand that you got a poker face. So like, if I get involved in a hand with you, all I got to do is look at your camera, and I know what to do, whether it's fold or whether to go in. They remain mysterious. You know what I mean? Pauline, good morning, Pauline. Appreciate you coming out for that. Awesome. Showing Nunya that love. You guys are the absolute best. Love you guys. And I am going to go let that dog out too, because I love her too. And I could hear her doing the pee-pee dance down there.
No worries. I'm still having to hone in the bot. He still gets an attitude every once in a while. He really needs to chill out. Yeah, the 9-3 is definitely the best hand in poker, no question. I don't know why. Probably because, see, last Kazi just got it too. Weird. It's not even on. That's the thing, is like the symbol protection that is supposed to be going and triggering that isn't even on. So I'm out here just living life, looking like a snack pack that smiled back. Oh, is that the market coming down? Oh. How do you do? I'm looking at Tesla in this little wedge right here, looking just scrumptious. Go ahead and get rejected right there for me. Just one more time. Spin the block one more again. Let's go. Get yourself a John Deere. If Netflix comes through the bottom here, I'm looking for 270, 260 down to 270, 56. Just on a low. I think we already punctured the 270, 48. I think we're going down. Hold on to your partner. Harley Knight. What's up, Enzo? What's up, non-refundable? Yeah, Harley, just smack the Streamlabs bot around, huh? Let him know. I'm trying to fix him. We are working out the glitches on that thing. I want to say, oops, no. I like AKs and Chevrolets. Well, me too. Tesla looks like it's trying to just regain 2060. Market's looking heavy off that 50. The SPY looks heavy off of the 369.69 area, and the SQs look like they're just trying to come down here and double bottom at roughly the 56.36. I'm assuming you might just get a rejection here off the SPY, which will bring everything back to range. But I'm reloading puts here. Anything over this 200 on Tesla. Go ahead, break it to the upside, and then whip it to the downside. That would be even more titillating to me. I use the voice control. It comes through. That's cool. Ace King. I'd rather have the 9-3. 3 is better. I think there's absolutely no question. Freak everybody out. Come on, Spy, get it over with. Go. While we're young. Aight, tu mami sway, let's go. See you back down here at 370. Thank you. Least favorite hand? My least favorite hand, probably Jack King. Can I take a rejection, please, on the SPY? I'm from Norwegian. I deserve. I think a little bit. Oh my charting is. Oh. I am the machine. And this thing is actually about fall. If we can keep that under 370. If we can keep the SPY under 370, that would be a beautiful thing. Watching the SQs basically hold its 200. for the moment anyway. Netflix is trying. I don't think it's gonna be able to do it. Tesla looks like it's still dropping out of the bottom. I think everything's starting to look perfect. So Tesla's gonna race down. The SPY, if it gets rejected here, it's just everything's timed perfectly. NEO is now $11.62 when Lucid was actually just several dollars less NEO like 5 months ago. Oh, that price came back pretty quick on the SPY, didn't it? Oh yeah, buddy. I need to hold 56.30 on the SQs, preferably. And right here, everything is looking great. I just need it to hold perfectly where it is right now. Yep. Non-refundable. We're out here batting better than 1,000, baby. Oh, that's my bread and butter right there, Hills. Oof. That unsuited small. Sir, I'm in there. About that. I'll go turned up Terry for like a deuce 6. Oh. None of that, non-refundable, that doesn't work yet. Spirit Airlines shareholders approved sale to JetBlue for $3.8 billion. That's unfortunato, because both of those airlines suck. Come on, Netflix, I ain't got time for this, baby. I just need you to do the thing. You guys are making this so long and drawn out. Just let it go. You done boofed it. Who you talking about? Missed you, Bluetooth. What? Make me kiss your mouth. Tess, I'm done with your shit. I'm done with you now. Okay. You can have the 80. You can't have no more than the 49, the 279.80. Okay. BlackRock tells UK no to halting investments in coal, oil, and gas. Where are you going? Oh, that's hurt. I'm looking actually at that top right there at 371.29. I'm gonna assume 371.68 or 371.65 is gonna be a decent place of resistance. May even, well, that's not, it doesn't need to fill that. 371.41. And that on Netflix is almost perfect as a double top. Tesla still doesn't want to do anything. BlackRock. Okay. That I don't understand. BlackRock creates transition capital. I'm very confused.
Tap climate opportunities. So I think that'll play into ESG. I think that'll play into there may be some positive spin on that, Junk Savvy, with the news up above that you dropped, with BlackRock telling UK no to halting investments in coal, oil, and gas. I think some would look at that as a bit of a reversal on what BlackRock's been doing, kind of what we've seen in, was it Mississippi yesterday, with them pulling out of BlackRock. And you know, it reminds me of something I talked about back in January. I had dinner. It was my nephew's birthday. That's how I remember exactly the time. Sat down. I sat next to a financial advisor, talked his ear off all night, and you know, we talked a lot about the green energy push and things like that. And he wasn't worried in the slightest. His thought was, once it stops making money, you know what I mean, it will go in a different direction. And we're kind of seeing that with them continuing to invest in coal, oil, and gas. But you have to wonder where this transition capital is going. It scares me because BlackRock is into more than we know. They got their hands in a lot of stuff. Sabrina wants to play the t-shirt game on Jackbox. I think we can make that happen, Sabrina. What's going on with the SPY? It's cooking, huh?
It's cooking, eh?
Yeah, everything went to the upside while I was out in the rain.
Oh, it's giving me better buys.
NASDAQ up 0.2%. The Dow cooking like Russ, up 0.42%. S&P up 0.15%. Yeah, so that's okay. This is their way of appeasing investors who do not agree with the ESG. 2 states withdraw pension funds. More to come. Yeah, and I mean, are these states? So I know I think it was Mississippi. I know that they cited those, but what about performance? You know, I mean, do we see anybody? I mean, those pension funds can't be in good shape. Caesar wants to play GeoGuessr. Okay. You know what? That's when I break out the magical notebook and t-shirt game. And GeoGuessr. You want it, Caesar? You got it. What do you think we do with the P37s? Diaz, is it Diaz? Sorry, I forget that not everybody has a useless mind full of every movie quote that ever existed like mine. So I apologize there. All right, back to the market. That Tesla up almost 1% now, 222.11. And Netflix continuing to be the belle of the ball today, eh? Up 15.3%, 277.70 now on Netflix.
For showsies.
Hey, right back at you, my lady. I know you guys would do the exact same for me. Obviously, you are right now. You know what I mean? We couldn't be doing this without your support, without Nunya's support, and that is the absolute least that I could do is acknowledge how much we love you guys. interesting, Sabrina. All the news you saw for the past hour has been price target cuts. So let me ask you this, Sabrina: have they been on anything? Have they been on any companies that we've seen earnings already? Just wondering that because I wonder if we see an overreaction in the positive way to some of these earnings, and then down the line see price target cuts as we dig more into the earnings and dig more into the forward thinking and into some of the things that are going to affect these stocks that are being kind of tempered down. Like I said, with JP Morgan last week, it was astounding that they ran up almost 5% on, yes, good earnings, but really, really slashing their expectations, not just for themselves, for the economy as a whole. With everything Jamie Dimon was putting out and everything, and it all just seemed to get overlooked. It all just seemed to, again, we're living for the now. Mostly companies that you don't know. I don't know if that's a good or bad sign, Sabrina, because if it's a company you don't know, odds are it's a company I don't know. So. In Tilray, I know we were talking about those green stocks earlier, and when we checked, Tilray was in the red. Tilray's gotten to the green now, up almost 1.5%, 342 on Tilray. What you thinking, Enzo? When do we see this turn? What's some indicators that you're looking at? Give us some levels here.
371.60 or 371.80, excuse me. Netflix, I'm looking at the 279 flat. I'm looking at the fact that their Snap is up 15%. Netflix just broke.
$279.22, 279.26 just hit a new daily high on Tesla. ExxonMobil, Shell, Chevron, BP, and ConocoPhillips sued by the state of New Jersey, being accused of systematically concealing and denying their knowledge that fossil fuel consumption could have a catastrophic impact on the climate.
You don't say.
Anyways, I don't know. I don't know what to say about that.
They expected. I don't know what they expected. Did they expect it not to be like that?
I mean, I'm not trying to defend big oil here or anything like that, but I've never felt misled or anything. That's a strange lawsuit, and I think it's another one of those situations where will even if they pay out, bankrupt those companies or anything? Absolutely not. But what kind of precedents are we sitting here? What kind of precedents are we setting where you're not talking about some random item that people don't know about? You're talking about friggin' oil. It's known. It's known, and I think it's one of the things that maybe the science isn't settled on it. Science is supposed to never be settled. Science is supposed to be ever evolving. Hey, maybe we get kicked off YouTube for even questioning it, but you have to wonder. And it's not me saying I know that oil is this or I know that oil is that, but it's just how at the rate that we consume oil, how were we running out of oil in the 70s, and then again in the 80s, and then again in the 90s, and then in the 2000s, and it was always going to be gone. There's always only this much. We're at peak oil. We're at peak oil. Eventually you think, maybe they're lying to us. You know, and again, I'm not saying that we have some limitless supply of it. I don't know. I'm not a geologist or anything, but it's hard for me to wrap my head around. We live off some stuff that was only made by dinosaurs. I mean, it's weird.
Yeah, it doesn't quite make a lot of sense to me, but you know, I'm glad it's here so that I can get to and from.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's and it goes so much further than just gasoline. You know, when you're talking about oil. I don't know. You can sue anybody in New Jersey. Kind of like that here, Harley, in New York too. You know what I mean? Nothing really holds weight. Unfortunately, Harley, in today's day and age, when it comes to stuff like that, it's not an innocent till proven guilty situation most of the time. A lot of time it's guilty until you prove yourself innocent, and then you get that page 6 back headline of the innocence. You know what I mean? So you're already proven guilty in a public court of law in most situations. And I seen that firsthand. A friend of a friend who's a friend of the family, he lost his job, he lost everything. He was accused of some stuff as a teacher, and of course you guys would know I would take accusations like that very seriously involving a child. It was front page news. He lost his job, lost everything. Came out maybe a month later after they did some investigating. Complete fabrication, absolutely no substance to it. It was a retaliation for a bad grade, believe it or not. But you know, his life was ruined. All the retractions in the world didn't take that out. So I love you, you love me. Barney did not sound awesome. Barney made kids sound smart. That's what it was. It was like, hey, make the dinosaur sound real dumb so these kids around him are going to sound like geniuses. But he was good. He was a good stuff. He was, you know, he spread some love. If you're going to play with a big purple dinosaur, at least make it a loving one, you know? Yeah. Banana World. You know it, Ace Lee. But hey, we make the best of this Banana World. You hit that spy right on the nail. Enzo with that 371.80. And push back down right off that mark. Well done there, Mr. Enzo. Well done, old friend. It stinks. It stinks, you, Stanley. Sir. It stinks because it's unfair. And you know, the media, even on the lowest levels, are responsible for it, Harley. You know, and we've seen it in countless cases, countless situations where media jumps the gun before the facts are out. Media puts out a narrative on any situation. Then we later find out kind of the truth behind it. And a lot of times it's still a tragic situation, but it usually the narrative isn't what it appears to be. Tesla. So if Tesla stays green today, Enzo, you think it's a buy the rumors, sell the news type situation going into these earnings?
I think it's an I'm nutty buddy, like a payday bar.
Okay.
So
it's gonna sell the news.
We're gonna really. Here's a...
Lobo, write that down, or make a mental note of it. I got a Barney VHS story that'll blow your mind, brother. Not suitable for YouTube. Yeah.
Agreed.
Enzo's down in the mine shaft right now. He'll be back with us in just a moment.
I'm working hard out here, dude. I'm trying to cut diamonds.
Hey, whatever you gotta do. So the SPY, after that 371, literally hit that 371.80, bounced back down under 371, now 370.93. And the markets having some peaks and valleys, but for the most part flat. The NASDAQ up 0.03%, the S&P at dead even, and the Dow up now 0.29%. But one thing we can always rely on to be up on a hump day would be DRUG. Drug up 7%. I had drug on that watch list over there. We'll throw that up. So drug up at 122.
I actually did learn something yesterday. I went to the pharmacy to go pick up my regular medications, and I was informed that basically everything and anything that any pharmacist needs right now, they don't have access. They're saying that things are back ordered. They're saying that the manufacturers are telling them until December on certain medications, and I would be very curious as to why. And knowing Abbott has earnings coming up, I wonder if that's a sector-wide oops, or if that's a just whoever delivers to Walgreens.
Well, that's a great point. And what could be happening, this is just theoretical. We know what we've done as far as the exporting chips and stuff to China. We put halts on a lot of that. Maybe we're seeing a retaliation on China's end, being that not just manufactured medications and things like that come from China. A lot of the more basic drugs that are used to compound to make other drugs. So you know, like the raw materials, you would look at it as that's produced over there. So maybe we're seeing a little bit of payback over there. You know, of course, that's not going to be reported on by either side. Something to look at. And you know what? I'll talk to my sister. My sister's a very high up drug rep. Not like the used car salesman type, like she specializes in very, very specific drugs because she's so educated. You know, so she's not pushing stuff like that, but she's been in the business for 20 plus years, and I'm sure she would have a little insight into that. So that's definitely something I'll look into. And that's terrifying. That's terrifying because, you know, we always talk about food shortages, we talk about energy shortages, things like that. And don't get me wrong, those are terrible situations, but we're armed with the most credit cards in history, you know. And I'm not saying, hey, go into debt to pay your bills, but some of us will have to, and it's doable. At least we'll be able to live. You start talking about medications, not having them, it's where it's not I can't afford my medications. I literally can't get those medications. How many lives could that end up costing? You know,
No, I completely get. My first thought sitting in that drive-through was, what if this was insulin?
Yeah.
What if this was a blood thinner? What if this was a heart medication? What like? Excuse me, I have $100,000 to buy my medication bank account. Would you please give me my medications? No. Excuse me, sorry. We're back ordered for 2 months.
That's tough.
What?
Tough.
Adobe?
I did call out Adobe yesterday. Yeah, Adobe and Chipotle collaborate to drive digital innovation in fast casual dining. I did call them out yesterday. Kind of before that news hit. And I went back, and he didn't talk much about that, and it was kind of a blah interview, Junk Savvy, because I DVR'd it. I went back and watched it. I just like the CEO. I like the CEO, and again, this is coming from maybe watching 10 interviews with him over the past 2 years. He seems like he's on the level. He seems like he addresses the negative, which is rare with CEOs these days, especially when they get their 5 minutes of fame. They're on CNBC. They usually just want to push the good. He's always found a nice balance. That's why I, put some faith in him. Obviously, that's not enough to say, hey, buy Adobe, man. The CEO sounds like he's cool, but it does always draw a little bit more attention to me. And they are up 2.65% today, over the $300 mark.
Very handy.
Finger motion, trying to make a move. Finger motion, FNGR, up at 531, up about 2% now.
Look at Tesla. Ooh-wee.
Tesla coming back to the downside, 221.32 on Tesla, still up 0.5%, coming off those highs at 222.93. Netflix falling as well.
Snap doing the same exact thing. Microsoft just went red. Meta is probably going to give back that 2%. Apple is now going red. Oh man, if Apple goes red right here and Tesla, oh yeah, baby. Get them, find a bucket because it's going to start raining. This is going to be poor at best. If Tesla doesn't hold 2095 right here, problem.
Nice crypto, nice. Getting those greenery stocks. We could see a big move in the next couple weeks, crypto, as far as that. If any kind of legislation is, I'm not saying this is going to happen, but you have to look at the offshoot of, moves that could be made to secure votes, and a lot of that could be, based around marijuana. Obviously, there's going to be some other issues that are probably going to make the most noise. And again, guys, I encourage you to, and I'm not saying to disregard those issues, but please, if you're out there, if you're in America, own your vote. Make the people earn your vote. Every House seat is up. I think 40 something Senate seats are up. So there's a lot of votes. And again, vote with your mind. Don't vote with any kind of hate. Don't vote with any kind of fear. Don't vote just because the other guy is on the other side or this side or that side. We see what's happening to our economy, to our country, to things like that, and if we don't do our part, we really don't have a right to gripe about it. So not trying to push any kind of vote, but I am pushing the need to vote on you guys. That's one thing I will say. I think we all need to get out and do our part and take some time, the same way that we do DD. Think about the DD that we do into any stock that we're buying. I literally do hours of research every day on stocks, and 95% of those stocks I will never buy or sell in my life. That's not a complaint. That's not a complaint by any means. But what I'm saying is, for something like that, we're willing to put in the time. Put in that same effort for your candidates on your city council, on your state legislature, things like that. It's not just the guy at the top that matters. It's not just getting out and voting for the president, because honestly, that's probably the vote that means the least when it comes down to making any kind of change. Yes, vote policy and vote people, vote character. That's the beauty. When you're on a local level, you can get face-to-face with candidates. You can get a feel for them. And I'm not saying our sixth sense is always going to be right, but get to, All right, Birdie's back at it. Interesting meeting about the Temporalis, our new branch. Further meetings on Friday and next week. I am more than eager to take on this international challenge. Exciting times. I love it, Birdie. I love it. I love that we've been a part of this journey with you. And you know, I'll take a personal part in it, Birdie, all the way back to last July, when some events happened with that company, and it's just a beautiful thing how everything played out. A lot of things had to work in a lot of ways to get to the situation that you're in now, Birdie, but it did, and I know for a fact you will make the best of every minute of it. Yeah, Plunge Team came in for a little bit. We told them you said what's up, and they kept it moving.
They were looking fancy though.
They were. They had. I think the one guy had a monocle on.
Oh yeah, I thought he was the Monopoly guy.
AMPX, Sabrina, up 33% on a lot of volume and no news. So initially when I looked at it, Sabrina, I was about to say, oh, okay, it probably just moved up on, 100,000 shares or so. But no, over 2.5 million shares traded, up 32%, and I don't see any news on it. Oh, a price target issued at $14 5 days ago, currently $8.11. Maybe that had a little bit of a delayed reaction on that. Mullen booming. Word must have got out that word must have got out that Mitchery got that compensation, so people are like, wow, if they're giving the CEO 46 million shares, this company must be doing good. The blind leading the blind. I like it. Hey, I'm still in it. I'm still in the Mullen, and you know, after a reverse split, something like that, I probably will average down a little bit and take one more position. And I only have a couple hundred shares. I'm not too deep into it, but it's been disappointing to say the least. But it's through that 25 cent mark, so we're halfway there, up 16.5%. Hard to know what this is moving on because they've had so many acquisitions, they've had so many, but we still don't know that where the money's coming from. Short percent of the float has risen 9.63% since its last report. Company recently reported that it has 55.68 million shares sold short, which is 12.4% of all regular shares available for trading. It would take traders 0.7 days to cover their short positions on average. So that might be the headline news that's pushing this up. Because this wasn't the kind of run I expected today. I didn't expect people to say, well, they gave themselves a bunch of free shares. Good enough for me. But maybe there's something that Mystery is doing behind the scenes that isn't quite in the limelight yet. That maybe that's why they compensated him, or maybe it was just that Mystery's brilliant in the sense of the way that he structured kind of this whole company. Randy's talked a lot about that, about how Mystery is positioned to where no hostile takeover. You know, he's very protected in this company, I guess is how I put it. And I believe it was Randy that really broke it down in detail for us in the Discord. It looks like the plunge protection team may be out of funds. S&P now back down 0.2%. The NASDAQ down 0.22%. The Dow still holding a little weight, up 0.17%. And Mullen continuing to push through to new daily highs, 26.2 cents right now on Mullen. Central Electric as well, up 2.5%. So that's moving along a little bit. Do you look at that, Enzo? Again, another hypothetical. Say we get good Tesla earnings or bad Tesla earnings. Either way, do you look for a reaction in the bigger EV market? Do you think Tesla still holds that weight nowadays, even as these other companies kind of continue to develop and advance and actually have sales under their belts and things like that? Do you think Tesla is still a gauge that, you know what I mean, whatever reaction we see to the Tesla earnings, we see kind of at least a runoff into the other EV companies? Or do you think that at this point a bad Tesla earnings kind of pushes the rest of them up, or vice versa?
I mean, it's really no telling with Hong Kong being down as much as it is. Neo now being underneath Lucid, I don't think anything's getting stronger by any means. And I think that if you're going to go and look at Lucid down that far and Neo down that far, you then think of Xpeng, Polestar, Fisker, Rivian, all of those names. It seems like there is no one-stop shop for a fix for EVs. I think the fact that it absolutely annihilated, and when I mean annihilated, I can't be more I can't take that more serious. They destroyed Mercedes and Volkswagen, both in performance on every sector. So I don't even think it's a question. I think Tesla's always going to rank king.
Okay.
Unless Elon Musk is riding around an electric scooter next week, I'm pretty sure that, oh, look, hey, that's 6% right there, green. That move right there, those Netflix right there. This is about to get real big.
Tesla just went red.
Oh, of course it did.
So Mullen cash funding commitment of $240 million provides access of up to $275 million to close acquisition and fund vehicle launches. Yeah, but I definitely can see that, Junk Savvy. But I guess when we say they don't need to dilute, as far as an offering or something, but I guess we got to look at what they just did as dilution. Giving Missouri 46 million shares, and then what was it, a couple 100,000 shares to some other executives, things like that. I mean, that's still dilution, you know what I mean? Yeah, it is good news if they don't need to raise cash, which that's one thing that Missouri's kind of been, I wouldn't say firm on, and I wouldn't say clear, but I would say that was something that he alluded to in some of his interviews was as far as cash, that they're okay. But again, I don't see where this funding's coming from. I don't. But maybe he's got a plan. And again, maybe that's why they rewarded him with those shares. Maybe he is putting something together. Maybe he is putting something together that will be ultimately good for the shareholders.
Are we asking maybe he'll actually do his job? Because I'm not going to hold my breath.
I'm not, but I mean, unless it's just unless the whole thing is just a complete sham, which it could be, somebody had to vote on giving him those shares. Somebody, whether it was the board, whoever, unless he just has that ultimate power, which he might. But I would think that somebody had to okay it for some reason. I don't know what that reason would be. And see, I have to respectfully kind of disagree with both of you guys. So Junk Savvy thinks Tesla's cars are boring. Don't even notice them anymore. They need redesign, new tech to keep it relevant. I can see that side. I don't think that either of you guys are wrong. I think that it's going to be affordability. Affordability is going to be the number one thing. I think probably Tesla will always be looked at as the pinnacle. I think there's better EVs coming out, nicer ones, things like that. But I think when it comes down to what we're getting into now, going from kind of a niche thing, which Tesla was, Tesla was a status symbol. Tesla was a lot of different things. If we ever get to the point where EVs are just being used practically and bought and sold practically like gas cars are now, I think affordability becomes the number one thing. Sure, you're gonna have the upper levels, you're gonna have the Lucids, the things like that, the Rivians. You're gonna have kind of an offshoot that are more luxury vehicles, things like that, of course. But when it comes to who's gonna dominate, I think you got to look at Chevy. I think you got to look at Ford. I think you got to look at those companies that know how to dominate on a grand scale. And I'm not diminishing anything that Elon's done, but you look at sales, you look at things like that. Tesla, for as great as they are, they still don't compete with the big boys as far as what they do. And Elon's relationship with governments I think that could go one way or another. We've seen it with this administration. When they had the EV summit, they didn't invite any representation from Tesla, which was a complete slap in the face on whatever side of the aisle you're on. You don't have an EV summit and don't have the company that innovated EV to where it is today. So that always scares me with Tesla in the long run, is if that relationship deteriorates, even though I think it's more of a front because we know the relationship through SpaceX and things like that, Starlink. There's always going to be that relationship. But if Ford, if Chevy, if they can capitalize on the on tax incentives, things like that, I think that they'll end up competing with Tesla. I don't think Tesla's going anywhere, but I agree that I don't think Tesla is going to be the end all be all. But I think that they'll still be a barometer of how you gauge the market, how you gauge the EV market. Hey, Mr. Burry, we do not have Tesla numbers yet. That is after the bell. I think they're going to push those German the numbers out of Germany. Mr. Burry, I know those far exceeded expectations. I think we got those numbers yesterday, but haven't got the official numbers.
Well, looks like it's getting heavy.
It is.
Trying to rocket to sleep. Then beat it over the head.
Well, I think some of these companies got to prove themselves too. We can't discount that Tesla went through the growing pains. Tesla was on the verge of bankruptcy. Tesla has been through that. That's one thing I'll give in their favor. But the other side of that, I always like to see the three sides of everything. The other side of that is a little bit that we talked about yesterday. Have these newer EV companies learned maybe from some of the mistakes Tesla made, things like that? But the trade-off of that is raw materials. Natural resources are a lot more expensive to get your hands on nowadays. There's a lot bigger market for those materials. It all comes into play. That's a good point too, Hills. And Elon said that right out of his. He said that the robots, for example, were going to be bigger than the cars could ever imagine, and I think you're right there. I don't know the time frame on that. I would sound like an idiot guessing because I don't know when they plan on rolling stuff out. But yeah, I agree. It's a much bigger brand than just the EVs for sure, and I'll be interested to see where that goes. That's always been my problem with Elon. And not my problem, is I feel like he's too ambitious. I feel like he gets his hands in too much stuff instead of focusing on one thing. But we all kind of do that to an extent. And then I think he's got the right people in place to keep things moving. I like it, Lobo. Doing a little mixing and scratching. You gotta auto-tune us. When I say something stupid, you gotta auto-tune it to sound even stupider. Well, the big boy ones do, Junk Savvy, but then when we look at other companies, you know, like your Rivians, like your Lucid, things like that, do they still have to go through those growing pains? But yeah, that's where I see Ford, GM. That's where I kind of see them having an advantage. RADA, Electronic Industries, announces results of extraordinary meeting, the approval and adoption of the agreement and plan of merger. And who are they merging with? Sabrina, I'm sure you're going to be telling us very soon. As the markets continue to fall, the Dow hanging on to a sliver of green. The S&P down 0.4% now. NASDAQ down over 0.5%. Hey, all good, Lobo. Never say sorry, brother. And hey, even if you don't want to talk, just come listen to us. It's nice to hear you guys talk, though. You ain't gotta be shy around us. Well, and that's where I have a little confidence too, Junk Savvy. As far as I think demand like that, I think there's probably all kinds of innovations being worked on that we don't know about, and honest and good ones that aren't to push some agenda, just, you know. And because of this, and always got to look at the upside, right? Always got to look at the upside. These resources have become scarce, still got supply chain issues, all that good stuff. I don't think a lot of these companies are just sitting on their loins saying, well, Powell said this is transitory and we should have our chips any day now. You know what I mean? I think that there's a lot of companies, and not just companies, a lot of individual people. You know, I'm confident in humanity. I think there's brilliant people walking among us every day. And I'm hopeful that these people are making strides, and I'm hopeful that they'll come to fruition. You know, because everything's a process. The people that are mining those natural resources and stuff, they don't want Tesla or any other company to revolutionize something to not need those resources. You know what I mean? So everybody has a stake in the game. Everybody's going to be getting pushed. When you talk about big oil, you talk about the other side of big oil, which I would say is the natural resources. I would say when it comes to the car industry, automotive industry, you have big oil on the gas consumption side, but then you have anybody that's into mining on the other side, because that's essentially the oil of the EV world, as stupid as that sounds. And I remember reading a great article, maybe it might have been Peter Thiel, somebody around that, and this was going back over a year, where he was saying copper, give copper 5-10 years, copper will be the new oil. I don't know if he's right or not, but it makes sense. It makes sense that those materials will switch, and that's why we'll see. It's going to be tough for them to ever consistently put out affordable EVs, because they've never been manufactured on the kind of scale that they're pushing now, and those raw materials are going to dry up faster than ever. Uber launched its advertising division and revealed Uber Journey ads, an engaging way for brands to connect with consumers throughout the riding process. That's funny, because a dude from the Bills had to take a Uber from Buffalo to Kansas City to play in that game on Sunday, because I forget what kind of injury he had. Whatever injury he had hindered him from flying. He wasn't able to fly, so he had to take an Uber 15 hours to Kansas City to play in a game. God bless him. Mullen continuing to shoot up. So touch that 29 cent mark for a second. 28.26 cents, up 30% now on the day. Okay. There's a little of that greenery. T-God, the Green Organic Dutchman, signs a definitive agreement to merge with Bazam Cannabis. All right. A Green Organic Bazam. I like it.
About that. Did you see that thing I sent you?
I did not. Would you send it to Discord?
Yep.
Yeah, I see it. I hate that picture.
So good though. It looks like somebody that we know.
I know it does.
The tube socks get me every time. That's not the only problem in that picture, but I'm just letting you know that tube socks is what does it.
All right. So Netflix came back down, but holding above this 276 mark, 276.49, almost 15% gains for Tesla. Again, coming off these good earnings. Snapchat up 7.5%, and it just spiked up to 11.39. I may try to put a Snapchat video out tonight. I'm very interested in their earnings coming up tomorrow after the bell. And I told you kind of my thoughts on that. I'm expecting Snapchat to mimic Netflix in the sense of I think they took such a beating at the last earnings, even though there was some good indicators as far as new users so I think that they're gonna capitalize on that. I think they lowered their expectations so much, and I think last quarter too we had ad revenue across the board. Snapchat was kind of one of the first to go through the gauntlet, similar to how Netflix was back in April. So we've seen them bear the brunt of it. Then we've seen a recovery, up 7% today. I'm not saying Snapchat's going to get back to those levels that we've seen it at, really any time before May of this year. But I can see a potential of, and if you look at these charts, Enzo, look very similar on the dailies to Netflix, just with a little bit different time ratio. You got that big gap down from 2260 all the way down to 1350 back in June. I don't think we filled that whole gap, but if I was a betting man, I would expect Snap to beat on earnings and see some upside come Friday morning.
Well, I hope you don't lose your ass.
I'm not gonna. I mean, if it continues to run into earnings like this, up 7% today, really on. I can't see. I can't see why it's running up 7% today.
I mean, I was in the same boat at $42. So that's my only. It's like when I think about. I don't ever use that as a gauge. Oh, well, you gotta think that it's back here. I don't usually go and think of it like that just because I will screw myself with optimism every time. I go and look at the chart and say, where can it go? What's actually possible? And whatever is in that range, I'll allow myself to trade it, but I'm not gonna go and just throw unnecessary money at knowing it. Let's assume that you're sitting there with Netflix. You're not going to assume that it's going to go and cover the whole gap in one day.
No, not at all.
So you don't go and throw something at that. You don't want to be over optimistic, but yeah, if you can think that you're going to get like a gap up like you did on Netflix, swing away, but just swing smart.
Yeah, and I think we put it right in its wheelhouse. I think we kind of agreed it wasn't going to get up to those $330 levels on this, but you kind of meet in the middle on it and are able to establish some resistance that might not show on a chart, because I think people once they see such a big gap, some people just assume that gap has to fill. There's going to be no support or resistance in there. So you can look at levels and figure it out though.
Right.
And like this one, it's got Snapchat's got a couple gap ups that I don't think it's gonna get. I think 17, 18. I think that's reasonable. I think you can see that. Now I'm not saying that it's gonna shoot up there, but I would say I could see similar price action to Netflix in relation to the gaps. Similar movement, basically meeting in the middle. That last gap down was from 33 to basically 13. That's why I say I could see it running to 18, 19. I wouldn't put much past there though. French cement maker Lafarge pleads guilty in U.S. to a charge it made payments to groups designated as terrorists by the U.S., including Islamic State, so the company could keep operating in Syria. It's the first time a company has pleaded guilty in the U.S. to charges of providing material support to a terrorist organization. Lafarge, which became part of a Swiss-listed Holcomb in 2015, to pay $778 million. So my question with that, Junk Savvy, and I don't know if you would have the answer or if anybody has the answer, is what do they do with that $778 million? Does that go to fight the cause?
Lotto tickets.
I never when it's SEC fines, things like that, we know that it goes right back into the SEC to pay for further investigations and blah 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 blah. I don't know how this is in a situation like that. It's probably Mishery doing all the buy-in there on this Mullen. Mishery's probably like, man, I just got 46 million more. I could spend a little bit, get my share up to 100 million. No, but it is ripping 31.9 cents now on Mullen, up 50%. And you have to think that it's more than just that funding news. Could be shorts covering. Could be, Yeah, it probably will.
Apple's trying to go red. Apple will go red, then Tesla, then Meta, then video will be between Apple and Meta and.
Yeah, and the only one in the top 10 really holding any kind of strength. Meta is too. Meta and Nvidia. Mine's around $1, Arctic Fox. So I'm right there with you, and that's only because I averaged down at like 79 cents, I think, something like that. And the only reason that I have the extra shares that I have, Arctic Fox, I exercised dollar calls when it was at about $1.20. Instead of just taking the little profit, I'm like, you know what, I kind of want a position moving forward. Was able to pick them up for $100. You win some, you lose some, and we followed this the whole time, and it's a great example of how you can feel a way about a company, and things can point one way, and things can change in the like that, and. Okay, it goes into the Fed judgment fund for when the U.S. has judgments against them. Okay, that makes sense. I was just looking at because that big SEC thing last year, You'll see a company get fined $2 billion with, $100 million of that going to the shareholders that were scammed or whatever. And when it's all broken down, it's like, yeah, everybody that owned a share got 8 cents a share, something like that. So I didn't know if there was any kind of victim in this, or because it was terrorist related, how they would handle it. So appreciate that. That Adobe that we were talking about continuing to make moves up over 3% now on Adobe. So lots of marinara out there on the heat map. Energy continuing to be the strongest sector with some green. Semiconductors doing pretty well. Netflix holding those gains. Disney, like we talked about, getting probably a little bit of sympathy off of Netflix. You got to look into that, guys. With Disney's earnings, they've if Netflix is gaining customers the way that they are, I would be fascinated to see. Now, obviously, Disney isn't just a streaming service. We all understand that. But I will be looking at those numbers as they get into their earnings. Excuse me. Yeah, it happens, Lobo. It happens. Happens to the best of us, my friend. Oh, Junk Savvy, you had a buy order in on Mullen this morning at 20 cents. And I know you were expecting that dip after the mystery news and things like that. And Mullen trying to hold that 30 cent mark, 30.24 cents on Mullen right now. Tesla moved to the upside a little bit, 221.69 now on Tesla. Netflix just took another move, actually moving back to the downside now, 277.37. Yeah, Neo taking a hurting today. Arctic Fox down 7.6% for Neo.
Neo's getting pulled.
Yeah, $11.28. And I don't know why I can't remember the name of that company.
The one that Buffett?
Yes, it keeps.
Okay, so we were talking this morning. MIA said the EV company that Warren Buffett got into that you can't trade on Weevil.
Yes, BYD. That's what it is.
So I told you that would, I wanted to say I think I said JDI or something like that. So
I knew it was a 3-letter.
He did say that.
But yeah, their profits quadrupled.
What'd they do? Suck Daddy Buffett off for a couple thou?
They might have. The company forecasted a huge jump in profit. Said net profit in the 3 months to September 30th is estimated to rise between 333 and 365% year over year. Said sales volumes of its new energy vehicle, which include electric cars, can continue to reach record highs. I don't know a lot about this company. I know that Warren Buffett's in on it. And I know
looking man.
I know that their forecast is they're not huge, but and especially don't be fooled by the yen. because the estimates are 5.5 billion yen to 5.9 billion, which is only, and I say only loosely, 764.5 million to 820 million. So not on any kind of Tesla level or anything like that, but more competition, and that, I don't know if that's worse for a company like Tesla, who consistently sells out their vehicles. Like, I don't think selling Teslas is ever going to be a problem. Obviously, however, how many they can put out is an issue.
They're two different markets, in my opinion.
But I think Neo is probably taking a hit from this, and I don't know who else. I mean, the good thing is if China fully adapts it, there's more than enough people over there to buy millions of these things. So I'd be interested to know what some of their other stuff in the pipeline is. When they say new energy vehicles, which include electric cars, that's telling me not everything is electric. So maybe they're looking into hydrogen, things like that. It's who's gonna succeed there? Which companies are gonna try to catch up to Tesla, and which companies are gonna try to run the complete other way from Tesla and innovate with something new, whether it's hydrogen, energy, something like that. I'll be interested to see where that goes, because I feel like everybody trying to catch up with Tesla is playing from behind. So if one of these companies, and maybe it'll be a big boy, maybe it'll be a lesser known company, makes some kind of leap in a different kind of battery technology, or a different kind of energy source other than just what Tesla's doing and others, maybe that's going to be what we need to look for. Give me one quick second, guys. This is Nikki's school calling.
One quick jiffy. Lobo. I don't know where you start. It's like when I had this girlfriend in high school and she left. Damn, Lobo, I'm sorry to hear that. That's tragic. that's tragic, man. Oh yeah, I definitely reckon that he is a mighty fine candidate for a bachelor, if I do say so myself. Yep. I'd let him hold my spurs. He cutie. Makes me want to do that Ric Flair, you know what I mean? We got Tesla coming to the downside, yes sir. Off that VWAP. Just came running through it, didn't it? Told you stop running in my kitchen. And now, hey, Netflix. Let me get in there like swimwear, baby. Pull up to that bumper and smack that monkey. Let's go. Go to the downside. Who's with me? Party on Hardy with both hands right now. Oh, Junk Savvy's in the 3K gang. Come on down, Spy. The price is wrong. I told you. Woo-wee. Get there. Yeah, buddy. We're going to go look for the 273 66 on Netflix, I believe. I was slapping. Oh, hell yeah. Miss Robin's down. Peter might not be down for that, but maybe a metaphorical monkey in game. What currently keeps the SPY or keeps my SQs red? The NASDAQ and the SQ. Oh, because they have not broken up yet from right about 56.90. Birdie, good looking. You know. What does it mean? Is it dirty? Oh, yeah. No, not really. Not the way that you said it. It just sounds like we just kind of went and punched a monkey in the zoo or something, the way that you said it. You're all good. Yeah, Lobo, I'm about to get a banjo, start my own band. John Deere Garage Band, yes sir. How are you doing today? Everything okay with Nikki?
Yeah, they just, when kids got the sniffles, they make them go to the nurse and give them the 3rd degree and ask them where your parents been and who you been hanging out with, and it all culminates into, well, they do have a short day today, so he should probably just stick it out. It's like, well, yeah, I know. If he wants to come home, he tell me.
Then why are you calling me?
Why are you questioning me like I'm a bad parent or something? What do you mean?
Yeah, I see that. I see that side of it too.
Who was my kid around? None of your damn business who he was around. None of your damn business who I was around.
Your grandma. Thank you so much for that video yesterday. Great stuff. Yo. Poppin' Santa.
Santa, what's up, buddy? Good to see you. All right, 11:30, guys. A half hour before trader lunch. Time to make some money. Where are we going? We going down, or up?
Well, the way that you can go and find that yourself is I'm looking at 2 trends right now. I'm looking at the fact that we have bottom. If you go back to yesterday on Tesla, we have the bottom of the green candle, roughly 3 o'clock, 3:10. Attach that bottom green candle to the 8:45 candle in pre-market this morning. And I'm also looking at the pre-market, or the 15-20 minutes out green candle up to 11:05. If it breaks down to the downside here, I think the exact number, hold on, I'll draw. The exact number it would have to cross would be about $220.50 exactly, and that's where all of this attention is being shown in Tesla. I want my SQs to go green nicely. Me too.
Well, they should be moving that way, Birdie. With the markets falling, NASDAQ down 0.55. So remember that, Birdie, when dealing with the Qs. Not that there's a big difference, but you're dealing with the NASDAQ top 100. Just to differentiate that in the SPY. I know you know that, Birdie, but just throwing it out there.
Wait. Ace Lee, I'm about that. What now?
Oh. Something's definitely afoot at the Circle K, Ace Lee.
Dude, there's a lot of things afoot at the Circle K, but none of it good.
So, is it legal is it recreationally legal in Florida? I thought no. I thought it was still it's just medicinal.
Yes. Yep, they just want to get their tax on. They'll give us a couple more years, but yeah, I mean they're killing it over here though.
And is it harder to get your hands on a medical marijuana card than it was to get opioids down there in Florida during the crisis?
I'm
pretty sure that was pretty easy.
I could pick up a rock somebody with either. Like it doesn't matter. Now they're trying to do the best they can to shut down all the pill mills. They're not doing a very good job. Doctors realize that they can go take $100 premium or $120, $100 even. I know that some are even getting $500 to $1,000 a visit. Some of those where they're basically having to pay 10 minutes of their time and obviously a doctorate, but they go and I mean I know some that are $3, $4, $5 million a year just off of like extra patients.
Yeah, we had a big problem here. We had a doctor that they called Dr. Feelgood. He went down bigger than Nino. And we've seen pretty good restrictions. What scares me is, so Nikki's mom's mom, so Nikki's grandma, she had surgery a couple weeks ago.
No.
What was tough is, she had surgery that was evasive. She had her thyroid removed. She was in a lot of pain. And they gave her, I forget what kind of painkiller. I forget the exact one, but they gave her 4 of them.
Probably hydrocodone or.
And now I'm not saying that they should have gave her, hey, here's an endless prescription, but it's like
they're
now you've clamped down so hard that the people that do actually need it, and there's never going to be a perfect response. So I mean, I do applaud that they're even doing that, and she was understandable of it, but at the same time,
that goes along the same line, though, with that thing I was talking about earlier with not being able to get medications. Like, now to find out that, I can't go and get my insulin or I can't get my child's seizure medication, but I can go get weed from the Circle K.
Well, yeah, and let's talk about how they're going to address that, because I don't think, I've lost a lot of faith in the medical community as a whole, and that's my own personal opinion. I'm not bashing, I'm not saying every doctor is a hack or anything like that. I can understand when people are put in situations, and not to defend any kind of over-prescribing or anything like that, but there are issues where doctors' hands are tied. We like to think of doctors as the upper 1%ers. We like to think that they're all driving Bentleys and things like that. It's not always the case. What I fear, though, is, okay, you're on this kind of prescription. We can't get it. We're not going to look at you and say, well, you know what, we'll just put that patient on the back burner and get back to making money off of him later on. They're going to say, well, you know what, this drug over here doesn't really do the same thing, and he might bleed out of his ears, but you know what, it's something. So yeah, you can't get this, Mr. Enzo, but you know what we have is we have this new exciting product from Pfizer that will make you feel even better. So
really?
that's where I'm scared is, and I'm not saying they're causing the supply issue, but we know that everything gets taken advantage of. So if there is a supply issue, it's not just going to be, well, we got to tighten up our bootstraps, and it's going to be, well, no, we can't let, the customer, Enzo, you got an expiration date on you, brother. You're only going to be our customer for so long, so I can't really go 6 months without putting pills down your throat, brother. So I need to come up with something different. I need to rebrand. Watch for that. Watch for rebranding of stuff. We've seen it with Viagra. Studies are starting to show Viagra actually helps prevent the spread of COVID-19. What? And it's like, okay, well, hey.
Started taking it as soon as they said it.
So lot to consider. And I'm not trying to be all doom and gloom, guys, but this is stuff that's going to be, hopefully it doesn't affect any of our personal lives. Hopefully anybody that's on any medication out there, things like that, you'll be able to get them and continue to get what you need out of them. But I think we need to be aware of it, both for the stock market and for real life. Oh, big time, Lobo. It happened. Like I said, we had a whole clinic shut down. We had another example, though, just to bring this thing full circle, to what we were talking about earlier. And this is a real good friend of the family who my sister graduated high school with the daughter. I would have graduated with the son. He unfortunately passed away. But they run a local pharmacy. Their dad has been a local pharmacist for years. Got accused of some stuff basically because a crackhead went into his store, demanded that he give him some pills. He wouldn't give them to him. So he conspired with a few other crackheads. Made up this whole elaborate scheme that he was doing this, that, and the other thing. And again, guilty in no charges, but completely guilty in the public's opinion. His pharmacy shut down. He lost his livelihood over nothing. It's so yeah, and I understand it, Lobo. Like I said, it was just kind of an extreme example of what's going on. And I'm not saying, like I said, I'm not saying they should have just gave her an endless amount. But that's got to be tough on doctors who are truly trying to do the best thing for the patient and have their hands tied one way or the other.
Come on, break down for me. Oh, yeah.
I can agree with that, Hills, but I don't. I like the meat. I'm not going to lie. That sounded horrible, but tough for me to cut out meat out of my diet. But I will say,
boys.
I will say, if meat quality keeps going the way that it is, I don't know. But my thing is, like, I'm fine. Like, I could eat a complete vegetable diet probably and be absolutely fine. I mean, my body would have to adjust to it. I wouldn't like long for a steak. I could do that. But it would have to be real, like real vegan stuff. Like I'm down, I'll eat any kind of vegetable, but I don't want my vegetables compounded with chemicals to look like a burger. Like I would rather just eat the vegetables. Nothing against, hey, if somebody's trying to make a change in their life, and especially if like Beyond Meat or something like that can help you transition into a healthier diet, I'm all for it. I don't know how much healthier eating a plant-based Burger King burger is from just eating a lot. Like, I don't think either one's healthy, but yeah, that's true too. And I realized that a few years ago, Hills, about the organic stuff. I worked with a really cool veterinarian that she had relocated here. Her family she grew up on a farm. She, all that good stuff. And she was like, it's so asinine. She was like, the organic, the labels that they put on cows as far as, farm fresh, organic, grass fed, this and that. She was like, it's all crap. She was like, because she was like, okay, I feed a cow all grass, but spray that grass with 1 million pesticides. Do I have to say that cow eats grass and pesticides? No, I could just say that's a grass-fed cow. So that's where she kind of drew the line. And it was weird because her family owned a farm. My sister actually ended up buying a cow off of them. It was just strange to me that a veterinarian would be involved with selling beef, cows for beef. But, she had a very natural outlook on it. We're not mass producing these things. This isn't commercial farming. These are cows that are treated good, raised right, and provide food for a lot of people. But being able to get your hands on something like that is few and far between nowadays. $11:41, guys. We got 20 minutes left.
This is gonna be a good Discord too. I have a feeling.
Birdie could eat the proper Italian pizza every day and skip the steaks. Yeah, I could too. It's tough though, Birdie, because if you're getting a good sauce on it, if you're getting a good sauce on your pizza, meat had to be used in the process of making that sauce. Just saying. Even if you get a cheese pizza, I used to do that when I was a kid. During Lent, my mom would make me not eat meat and stuff like that. And I would get pizza and always feel like I was cheating a little bit. because I knew that sauce. I knew some veal chops, so some stuff like that was soaking in that sauce to give it the flavor. Microvast received $200 million from Battery Materials Processing and Battery Manufacturing Infrastructure Law for Project Thermally Stable Polyaramid Separator U.S. Manufacturing Plant. Now, Microvast, weren't they just in the news? R.E. Pelosi's husband, did he sell Microvast for a loss, I believe? Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome, Hills. And what's cool is I think there's a lot of people like you out there that would grow vegetables and have absolutely no problem sharing them with the community, whether it be through bartering for other food or for selling them to them at a reasonable price. That's not to say that everybody would think the same way, but I would love to see communities act that way, and that's awesome. If I had, it's a little tougher for me being in a city setting, you know what I mean? But I try to grow as much as having 3 dogs doesn't help either, but I'm trying to utilize my land as much as I can, and I'll never be able to produce the amount that I can go sell any or go, but me and my friends working on something where, I grow some of this stuff, they grow some of that stuff. I bring them cucumbers, tomatoes, they grow ghost peppers and all the stuff that I don't like, so I don't really get anything in return, but hey.
What if your friend tries to, shice you on some peppers?
Well,
do you go steal his whole stand?
We don't, because this is the thing. Because we're a tight-knit group and we watch football together every Sunday, and usually one of us cooks every Sunday, you don't mess with stuff like that because payback can come easily. Keep each other on the toes.
I'm looking into lunch right here. Spy is looking kind of heavy. Netflix is doing the same.
That's sad, Birdie. That's sad. Birdie says, yesterday the local butcher I visited regularly for 30 years announced it will close next week. The energy bill is higher than his revenue. The bakery closed earlier this month for the same reason. Sad. We've seen that for the last 2.5 years over here, Birdie. But yeah, and it sounds minuscule to some people. When you talk about a local business closing, but being old school like we are, Birdie, like we just had a pizzeria that's been in business 50 plus years here, recently closed its doors, and it's even more heartbreaking, Birdie, for us because it was like the one thing in that particular neighborhood that did anything, and it's not that it created all these jobs or anything like that. It was just, it was almost like a beacon of hope. When it's gone, it's almost like, wow. Like when that's gone, it's sad because I think I'm seeing a lot of people starting to lose hope, starting to see the world that they knew kind of just evaporating into the rear view as we move into this more, especially in America, it's turning into one big strip mall. That's all it is. Every city will look the same. You'll have the same 4 or 5 restaurants, the same Walmart, Home Depot, Target. Amazingly, all the companies that were able to keep their doors open, all their companies that were never forced to shut their doors, all the companies that were able to embrace a world where we're not allowed to make our own choices. We can't leave the house.
Wait, they would benefit. They would actually make revenue off of that, not just...
Yeah. So, see the big picture, guys, and it doesn't have to be that way. I'm confident that somebody will... There has to be some good guys out there, man. I've been holding out for a hero till the morning light for a while now, but someone's coming.
I'm here, baby. What you want? I'm here. I've been here. Hell yeah.
Yeah, I can agree with that, Hills. I can agree with their meat. I can get on board with that because we really only have venison here. There's not We're not like Kieran. We can't shoot free range chickens. Birdie let me know yesterday too. For anybody that was involved in that conversation with Kieran over the weekend, there is apparently no free range chickens that you can hunt in the Netherlands. But
I don't even want to know.
nor do they sell horse meat. Those are all allegations. We've proven to not be true.
Let's just start off by saying we do not condone anything that Kieran,
I
IMK.
I do.
Like, yeah,
I condone it all. I support him. If Kieran ever wants to run for some kind of office, even though I'm not a Dutch citizen, I know I can't vote, but I will. I'll learn to say his slogan in Dutch if I need to. I will. I'll do whatever. If we can get him up into Parliament, maybe get him a scholarship or something, I would be all for it. Bullfrogging! What's up, Bullfrogging?
You need to bring your kid to work day, maybe.
That too. Bullfrogging, I am so sorry I didn't get back to you yesterday, brother. I had this child kind of not sick to the point of being worried, but just sick to the point of being needy. In a good way, you know what I mean? It's the worst when your kid is sick and you can see him like he has all the signs of being sick. His nose is like a faucet, but then claims that he feels fine because you don't want to believe him. It's like, well, how do you feel fine? Like, you're at the very least your nose has to hurt from blowing it. Like, but that kid's a trooper. He wanted to power through school, and I got a phone call because of it. Either way, let's get together today, Bullfrogging, and like I said, I don't want you to think I was blowing you off, my man. I actually blew everybody off all night yesterday, and shut up. Luckily the clipping feature has just been disabled. Moving on.
Aww.
No, I didn't, but it should be.
That's the best part.
11:49. We are 11 minutes away from Trader Lunch, guys. Insert. Here's foot. Insert into mouth.
Oh yeah. Put it on Twitch, please. I think that's what all the cool kids are doing these days.
Is that what they're doing?
Oh yeah.
All right, the Dow back into the green. S&P, we getting a little bit of upside here. S&P down 0.33%, Nasdaq down 0.4. Apple went back red. Mullen holding over that 31 cent mark, 31.08 cents on Mullen. Snapchat. So I'm keeping an eye on this. I like this pullback here. Pulled all the way back down to 1090 after running up to 1139. Now this is where I like the upside. If we would have stayed up where we were earlier and continued trending upwards, I wouldn't even consider it going into earnings. But if we can see this come all the way back down, finish red today, depending on what it does tomorrow with the earnings coming out after the bell, I'm going to be keeping a close eye on it. Oh, so see, Kieran wasn't lying then. Yeah, he's good. He's good, Bullfrog, and he went to school, and then I actually just got a call because he was all sniffly, and they want to make sure that it's one of those rare things that kids get once in a while, cold. So I had to reassure him it's a cold. He's okay. He's you know, can't. It's tough because I understand you don't want your kid to go to school sick and get other kids sick, but at the same time, I can't teach him that a runny nose is an excuse to hide in the house. You know, if he was feeling like crap, that's one thing. He's smart enough. Obviously, that's one good thing that's come out of the last 2 years. You know, kids covering their mouths when they cough, doing things like that, things that should have always been being taught. Use hand sanitizer, wash your hands, you know what I mean? Don't sneeze on people. So luckily, that's one positive that's come from Nicky, is he's really developed those kind of habits. So it's not like he's out there coughing on kids and stuff like that. But I understand the school's concern. It's just a little troubling when I get questioned as a parent, you know. But it is what it is. Pheasants, rabbit, and deer. And you can shoot. You don't need permits for it. You don't need tags. You don't need anything like that, Birdie. It's just a free for all. That's kind of cool. Yes, poker night tonight. Be there or be square. All right. 7 minutes, guys. 7 minutes before we go right into trader lunch, get a snack, all that good stuff. Oh, wow. A 5-meter orca got stranded on your beach? It's a shame George Costanza wasn't there. That stinks. After 2 rescue attempts to get it back to the sea, it died. The sea was angry that day, my friends. Like an old man trying to send back soup at a deli. And I said, easy, big fella. Ace Lee, me and Nikki just watched that about 2 weeks ago. Kindergarten Cop. Lobo. Yeah, that's sad. That's 5 meters. I can't even think of the size of that. I mean, it's awesome that you have that kind of scenery, Birdie, but obviously horrible that the rescue attempts failed. Hate to see that. Okay, snap pushing back up. Snap back over 11. Market's turning back upwards. The S&P looks like it's going to go green in a few minutes.
Look at Netflix.
What's it doing?
Going the wrong way for you? If you think it's going to go up?
I think it's already up. I think if I would have got into play, I would have been in, out, and I probably could have turned the $1,100 call that I was looking at yesterday. Probably would have been worth. Let me just look. Oh yeah, it would have been worth about 3,300. So could have tripled the money. Is that a Titleist? Good call, Hills. 5 meters, 16 feet. So that's big. That's big, and that's got to be heavy. I don't even know how you go about rescuing something like that. I wouldn't know where to start, Birdie. I am kind of interested on these puts on the way back down for Netflix, though, Enzo, I'm not going to lie. Now that it's kind of held this level. Because this was about what I expected it to peak. I didn't expect it, like I said, we talked about that early. I didn't see it going to 300. I didn't, I'm kind of surprised it's held here. And I don't know how to look at that. I don't know how to look at it like strength. Like, okay, it's starting to establish support around 274, 275, or is it just weaning, waiting for the downfall?
Waiting for the down. I want to see Tesla at like 218.
Mullen holding the almost hitting 33 cents now. So we got the high on Mullen, 33.5 cents. Trading now at 32.7, up 51.5% on Mullen Automotive. Oh, I knew I was picking up what you were putting down, Hills. You know that. When it comes to a Seinfeld quote, I wish my good friend Jeff Galetta was in here, because that always brought that guy out of the woodwork anytime, any kind of Seinfeld quote. Someday we'll be together again, though, Mr. Galetta, wherever you are.
Is that the break under 275 we just got?
Netflix.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Let's hit 273, down in 273.80.
Trying to go through the 273.66. That's what VWAP's. It's holding VWAP in 50 right now.
I'm gonna have some highlights of that tomorrow, Lobo. Andrew Ross Sorkin sitting down with what's his name? The guy whose name sounds like Al Borland. It's not Al Borland. It's not Tool Time, but it sounds like that. The Pfizer CEO. I love when they're airing it. It doesn't air till 10:30 p.m. tonight on CNBC. So I'm gonna try to get some clips from that, and hopefully they hold their feet to the fire a little bit. I'm not expecting that to happen, but
Oh, there goes. Just popped through its VWAP once. Twice.
3 times a lady.
There goes buy into a golfing red candle. That might not be high enough, but Tesla's getting there.
I bet you are, Panama Red. All right, guys, 1 minute before trader lunch. You know what that means. We're going to take this party to the Discord for a little while. Gonna leave the stream up. Switch back over to what we had up before. A little bit more information. Still working on that. Want to have a different layout for if one of us isn't on here, just to kind of put more information. But gonna completely revamp that tonight. We got some cool ideas. So I am going to bid you adieu for now. Anybody that wants to join us in the Discord, we'll be in there chatting. Obviously, I've got to get Nikki and stuff like that, but I will be in there until then. And then I'll be back here 3 p.m. for Power Hour. Yeah, I'm going to put the other one up, Lobo. And then, like I said, I'm actually going to work on getting some different news sources, so that there's a good stream of information flowing on there. But yeah, I'm going to switch over to that for now. And again, guys, can't thank you enough for showing up, showing out. I know we're still in the beginning stages. Trust me, we're going to look back on these days and laugh and say, you know what? You remember when there was only 20 of us shooting the breeze? And you know what? If this is all that this channel ever gets to be, I'm happy just getting to hang out with you guys. You guys, you're what makes this happen. And got so much love for y'all. And we're going to be in Discord hanging out. So come in. It's 4:20 somewhere. All right, guys. Talk to you in a few. What's up, guys? Welcome back for Power Hour. We're gonna get a rally here. We got some red in the market. We got the Nasdaq down 1.25%, the S&P down just over 1%, and the Dow down 0.2%. So a little bit of red. Hope everybody had a great lunch, enjoying your afternoon, and ready to finish the day strong. And that's what I'm talking about, Caesar. I pained myself. I'm not gonna force you guys. I'm not gonna force it on you guys again. But did just watch the press briefing in regards to the oil being released, some of the EV plans. They still insist recession's not coming. Economy's strong. So let's roll with it, and let's see if we can get a little bit of comeback. We are 1 minute away from Power Hour. My lady, so glad to hear Nunya nailed it, and thank you for that update. I knew he would, and I'm sure that is a weight off his shoulders. And yours as well. I know you were nervous for him, but we knew he was gonna crush it. All right, so Mullen ran all the way up to 41 cents, dipping back down, still holding 43.5% gains on Mullen, 31.13 cents. Snapchat, that was another one, ran up to 11.39, now trading at 10.88. Earnings coming up in 2 days. Tesla hanging around in that green after falling all the way down. We fell all the way to, what is that, 218.65, up at 220.74. And again, Tesla's earnings coming out after the bell, so stay tuned for that. I think it'll be good, but who knows the reaction that we're gonna get out of it. What else? Netflix, I think the great thing about this Netflix play is that me and Enzo managed to both be right. Just a little bit different time frames. I thought it was going to run up just the way it did, almost touched that 280 mark, and did a straight reversal back down to 269.48. Still up 11% on the day, but a good example of where charting, kind of sentiment, news, kind of mixed together and can give you a win both ways. You could have played Netflix to the upside this morning and then played it right back to the downside. I know Enzo played it to the downside. I'm sure that made out well. And across the NASDAQ top 10, see a red. Microsoft down over 1.5%. Google down over 1.5%, Amazon down 1.7%, Tesla the lone green there, up not even 0.25%. Then you got Meta slightly down, Nvidia right around flat, Pepsi down 1.25%, Costco down 0.87%, and Apple down 0.57%. So unless we see some kind of turnaround on some of those bigger stocks, it doesn't look like we're going to finish the day in the green. But we got an hour left. Make that 58 minutes. Crypto, let me get a exact answer on that. I don't want to give you any misinformation. And Enzo's been the one fighting the bot. So let me get that and I'll let you know, brother. Sabrina TPC Tudor Perini unit bags federal construction contracts worth $164 million. Hoo-wee. So what I'm wondering about Mullen with all this cash and with the 2.6 billion, I think actually Biden is set to speak about that soon. With that being injected into the EV market to produce EVs in America, I'm wondering if Mullen has a chance at any of those subsidies. Now, it's not all going to EV makers. A big chunk is. Some of it is going to to the EV infrastructure as well. So I'll be keeping an eye on where that money is getting doled out. And this isn't a new bill. This is an extension of the infrastructure bill, just kind of being put into action. And again, I think the president's set to speak on that soon. And, you know, this is one of those things, guys, where even if you don't support everything he does, there could be a possible good thing here. So let's look at it with open eyes. And they've now, okay, interesting point as well. We heard about a month ago, maybe, that we would be replenishing the reserves, the oil reserves, at the $80 level. They've moved that to the $70 level. And what they're saying is an incentive for oil companies to up the distribution, which I don't know if that's the pure incentive. It would make sense, although they were a little bit wishy-washy on it, because when asked if they're trying to push that price down to $70 a barrel, they said no. It's just an incentive. Oh, look at this. McIlroy feels PGA Tour would get better fan engagement with shorter schedule. So, are they trying to copy a little bit of what LIV's doing? You see kind of every week, you see the players on the LIV putting out, you know, whether it's tweets or whatever, that they have more time for training, they have more time for their personal life, and they're still making more money than they would have on the PGA with that week in, week out grind. So maybe they could do something like that. I think they're late. I don't think the PGA Tour is going anywhere, but I think LIV is continuing to gain steam. I don't think it's going to be a NFL, USFL type thing. I think the LIV has a real chance to succeed. Obviously, a lot of that hinges on foreign relations, things like that, as far as is where we stand with Saudi Arabia, if anything was to change there. Although, let's be honest, is there anything that they can really do that would make us not their allies? Probably not. So, as far as that goes, I think they're good. ZBRA, BP Group Aero selects Zebra Technologies, to digitize its service station operations. That's ticker symbol ZBRA. Thank you, Sabrina. And Netflix pushing up a little bit, back over that 270 mark, 270.17 on Netflix. So maybe we see a little afternoon rally. Let's check out that heat map, see where we stand. Ooh wee! Looks like Mama's tomato sauce. So again, the energy sector remains the same. Oh, that's another thing being brought into focus again, guys, is the profits. They got their eyes on oil companies' profits, placing a lot of the blame on them. They broke out a cool little chart. Broke out a chart at the press conference, but then did not know how to explain the chart. So kind of lost its impact. But nonetheless, when questioned, again, they kind of folded. When asked, there's been no signs of price gouging. You can say maybe, okay, they're making too much money, but as far as legalities, there's been no instances of price gouging with the oil companies. So, again, zero accountability on the administration. Blame it on Putin, blame it on the oil companies, and celebrate that gas has gone down. Wipe your hands clean of the raise of the jack up in prices, and then claim full responsibility for the decline in prices. Again, not anything specific to this administration, but nonetheless. got to keep your eyes open. Netflix trying to hold, or Tesla trying to hold that green up now 0.25%, 220.80 on Tesla. It doesn't look like the market wants to bounce. Anywho, finger motion, FNGR, down from those highs, but still up 11.15% today, 576 on FNGR. Hit that high at 609. What else? Tilray, after being in the green for a while, giggity, now down 3.5% on Tilray, $3.27. Try to find some green. DNUT. Grumpy's Krispy Kreme up 0.25%. Big green candle on the SPY. So the S&P pushing up a little bit, down 0.87%. Sorry if you can hear that dog barking. Her and Nikki are whiling out down there. Oh, South Africa's financial watchdog has classified cryptocurrency assets as financial products. So as far as financial products, does that trying to think of what that means. That's an odd phrase as far as a financial product. Let me think about that for a second. Tuesday morning, just hit the FOMO. A day late and a dollar short, right, Sabrina? And that is ticker symbol TUEM, up 18.3%. Any news on this? I'm not seeing any news, but just a late day spike for Tuesday morning as we're in Wednesday afternoon. Okay. Let me check that. When was the dividend? Of course, when I go to look for it, my Weeble freezes up. Sorry about that, guys. And if anybody knows Krispy Kreme stock, it is you, grumpy old man. What's up, Lobo? Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Junk Savvy. Opens it up to regulations previously unimposed. I just don't know the regulations in South Africa. That's why I was, I was a little bit hesitant. Brian Armstrong, CEO of Coinbase, announced on Twitter that he will sell off about 2% of his Coinbase holdings to fund scientific research on life extension. That sounds creepy. Not back for a long time, back for a good time. That's what I'm talking about, Lobo. Great to hear that voice of yours, Lobo. Look forward to talking some more, my friend. Cheers. The last day is the 29th and pays out on the 9th. Oh, gonna pay you on your birthday. Okay. So we'll celebrate that whole week. That's the same 2 days before my son's birthday. And I don't know, that McDonald's thing could end up to be a big deal. Grumpy. It really could, and having been somebody that's done DoorDash and things like that, McDonald's continues to be the number one when it comes to fast food. I mean, again, that's based on my experience, so don't take it on a bigger level. But just from driving around, from the environment, McDonald's seems to always be the busiest, always have business, always have a line. Hey, you know what was funny too? There was question that came out at this press conference. This is a little bit off topic, but I found it funny, and she was taken back a little bit by it. I believe it's San Francisco. I'm not sure the organization that's suing. They're actually suing Joe Biden himself because apparently he had promised to release some of the JFK documents that haven't been released yet, and they're trying to sue him over it, I guess. Funny stuff. I don't mean to bring it up. It was just kind of a bunch of real questions, around the economy, this, that, the other thing. And then that question just kind of came in there. And I have to say, I was on her side at that moment, because she just looked at the guy like, really, dude? I don't know. Like, I mean, I get it. She should know, whatever. But it was funny. So Amazon and New York State's AG agreed to halt litigation against one another stemming from whether the online retailer adequately protected workers in the initial outbreak. Now that's very strange because I don't know who would have the case there, because if you remember and I was following that kind of closely, Jimmy Dore, actually, I'll give him a lot of credit. He had one of the, I forget what his exact title was with Amazon, but he was a boots on the ground guy. He was working in the very early stages where we didn't really know nothing, and he exposed a lot of what they were doing, and it was pretty cut and dry. He was attacked for, I think what he was starting was kind of the first path to unionship or unionization, and they shut him down pretty quick. But what was going on in some of those New York fulfillment centers, I mean, I'm sure a lot of them have been scrubbed from the internet, but you can find a lot of stuff that it didn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that things weren't going the right way. A Wisconsin taxpayers group asked the U.S. Supreme Court to block Biden's student loan relief plan from taking effect, accusing him of usurping the power of Congress and costing taxpayers $1 trillion. And now, even if that doesn't shut it down, I think they're really misrepresenting. So if you see that the website's been rolled out, you see the disclaimer that they put on the ads. The website's in the beta phase and will be crashing quite frequently. So if you're not able to get on and fill out your form, please try again in a couple days. So they're not even acknowledging the fact that these payouts are going to be challenged in court. Now, whether those win or not, that's up for debate. But I think you're putting a false narrative out there with people that are banking on this immediate relief. And for their sake, I hope it does go through. I might not agree with everything in the plan, But for those people that are being misled right now into this being a done deal, number one, they've already scaled back greatly on the loans that are eligible. And again, this is going to go through a process. This is going to go through a court process. It's not going to be a overnight thing. But as we get into these elections, they're portraying it that way. And hey, if they're able to fast track it, we'll see. Tennis is physical. What's up, buddy? That's because you weren't in here, baby. You weren't in here. You don't get wrecked when you're in here, buddy. I'm just playing with you. Buying a few dips, DNA, Cybin, and RIBT. And I love the last part. Not worried at all. I know you're not. I know you're not. I know you find a way when you have a bad day to either double down on it, make it a little easier to recoup, or take your lumps and walk away. But appreciate you being here either way, especially on a day when you got smacked, because it's always easy to come around on a good day, you know what I mean, when things are well. When you have a bad day, those are the important ones. Gold fell to the lowest in more than 3 weeks. Buy the dip. And when do we see gold? When do we see that turnaround in gold? When do we see gold? I don't even want to say turnaround. When do we see gold start to maybe head towards its true value? Hold on 1 second, guys. Or maybe how I should say that, Junk Savvy, is when do you think we'll see some of the tomfoolery? A lot of it was exposed. Was it JP Morgan or Goldman? I know I get them confused, but I know it was one of those with the basically synthetic shares of gold and what they were doing. Do we ever see it level off, I guess is the question. Or is gold and silver so manipulated that that anything less than physical is not worth it? CVS Frog, not financial advice, because I think it's a coin toss. I think it's a coin toss. If you're in the money, it might be worth taking. It might be worth taking the profits and taking the risk out of it. I don't know. I personally think that Tesla's earnings will move the stock up a little bit, but I just don't know. I think Elon is a wild card right now. Not to be a hater, I just think Elon getting into some situations that he may be over his head in as far as diplomacy, things like that. I don't know if it'll affect Tesla, but it's going to be on my mind as I don't want to say meddles, because I don't think seeking peace is meddling. But I think they're treating it like that, and I don't know. 1 November, 290. Okay, so I got, it's probably, like I said, I would see what happens in the next 20 minutes here. And if you have a chance to take any kind of nice profits off of it, maybe do it and take the risk out. But if you feel like gambling, the problem with the calls when it comes to earnings is a lot of earnings, you see that initial pop, whether right after the numbers come out or right after the call happens. And sometimes you'll see those gains come back to the ground by the time the market opens, and not really hitting the call options. Tesla, one of the most traded call options week after week consistently. So they do have a lot of eyes on them. I just don't know. Looking just from the earnings that we've seen so far, CVS Frog, it seems like companies have the right to package up their earnings with a pretty little bow any way they want right now. And, you know, well, he would have got away with it too if it wasn't for that pesky tennis coach and those meddling kids. Yeah, I you know, I gotta say allegedly meddling. And again, I don't know what his intentions are. I'm not saying that he's, but when you have a two-sided conflict and you lend your efforts in any way that might seem like you're tilted to one side or the other, there could be ramifications from the other side. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying those statements mean anything. We've seen the statements of no Ukrainian will ever drive a Tesla, and I'm not saying that that's true or not true. I don't think that that's the end all be all. I don't think Tesla will shut its doors anytime soon if they lose market share in the Ukraine. But still, just kind of idle threats like that are. All right, Lobo, be safe. Remember, safety first, then teamwork. I absolutely love naps. Outside of Kylie Minogue, it's probably one of my favorite things in life is naps. So, non-refundable. I guess that's what you call a real love-hate relationship, you know? All right. 36 minutes left in this fantabulous day. Let's finish strong. And if the market don't finish strong, eat up some of them dips. I know tennis will be getting them up. And then you know what? We come out tomorrow and we fight another day. It sounds like my dog's fighting another day right now. Tennis, while you're out there, my friend, what are your thoughts going into Snapchat's earnings coming up tomorrow night? I'm liking it. I like that they gave back some of those gains today. Still up on the day, almost 3%, but a big pullback. We were up, I believe, 8% earlier. I'm liking it. I think that they will. I think the expectations are going to be good. I think they took such a hit last earnings that if they're able to keep adding users like we expect, if they can boost that ad revenue a bit, I think they're going to be just fine. Uh, 8 p.m. Lobo, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We usually play a couple games, so if you can't make it there right by that, we know 8 o'clock is a little bit early for those on the far west coast, but you know. But yeah, 8 o'clock, be there or be square. So, the S&P still trying to come back a little bit, down only 0.79% now. The NASDAQ down 1.05%, the Dow down 0.45%. And again, Tesla earnings after the bell, obviously the big news. And we shall see how it goes. CBS Frog, let me know how you, let me know what you decide, because I like to live vicariously. Thank you, Junk Savvy, sending me that article. I didn't even see it until now on South Africa. I'm gonna dig into that a little bit, but basically, it enables them to be regulated. In the brief notice, the financial sector said a crypto asset, which is referred to a digital representation of value, must be regulated. Well, it's kind of tough to argue against that logic, and again, you guys know I'm far from for big government or anything like that. but I think you need some kind of median. You need some kind of median when it comes to regulation. The problem with regulation is it gets out of control. It gets out of control when it starts with just regulating maybe one aspect of it. By the time it's all said and done, regulation is really, and that's the sad thing, is there was a time regulation was about protecting consumers and protecting both sides of the equation, and now it has nothing to do with that. Now it's all about the dollar. Regulation is either gonna hinder something enough to force them to spend money, and we see that through every form of regulation. If the regulation to fight climate control was really meant to do that job, you wouldn't be able to buy carbon credits. If it was really as dire as it is, that wouldn't exist, in my opinion. And we'll see who's next to fall in line after this. I don't know how much weight South Africa has on the global scale as far as being the testing ground for something, anything like that. But I guess we see if this starts to gain any kind of momentum. I think a lot of us feel it's only a matter of time before this regulation. It's not a matter of if, it's more of a matter of when, and it's a matter of how do you regulate something like that? How do you regulate something on such a global scale? How many organizations have to be involved? What are kind of the jurisdictions? A lot of questions that have to be asked about the regulation. Okay, so you think some regulations will help stabilize the crypto market and encourage utilization. They will encourage regulation to build utilization and then figure a way to corrupt it. Yeah, and I think they're probably well on their way to it already. I think they're, I can't help but think of that theory about the whole Bitcoin. Again, very, very tinfoil hatty. But you can't say that it's wrong until, or if we ever get an official story of who created Bitcoin. There's always going to be doubts. There's always going to be questions. And it kind of fits right in line with it being some kind of psyop to prepare people for the introduction of a digital currency. And even with that being said, I wouldn't say that it's these evil masterminds behind it. There's certain changes, and maybe not just with that. It's like the alien argument, right? If the government knew there was aliens, or world governments knew, or anybody knew, and they were to conceal that from the public, it might be a good thing. And I'm not saying censorship is good, but instead of people just losing their minds, like there may be a time, and if you watch that movie Don't Look Up, it's like how they addressed it, like they didn't happen to care, but I guess how you do that, so who knows. It seems far-fetched, and I don't doubt any one human. It just seems far-fetched to think that one man or woman created something that could lead to an alternative world currency. Now, I know that's ambitious saying that, and I don't really think it'll ever... I mean, I think it already is that, to an extent. But to think that one person was able to create that and sustain that's not just the limitations on what one person can do, but the limitations on what one person can do against arguably the most powerful organizations in the world when it comes to banks. You know what I mean? Banks have obviously started to embrace crypto of late, but they had no interest or want to see, Bitcoin or anything else thrive, especially in the early days. I do gotta take 2 minutes in just a minute. Nikki's mom is coming to grab him. He is going to his great grandma's for dinner. So I just gotta run him out, pack up his stuff real quick when she gets here. Anywho, and one of the greener sections, as far as semiconductors, we get with Micron up just about 1%, NXPI up 0.5%, Qualcomm up over 1%, Intel just scraping by, AMD down 2%. So a little bit of green. Not a whole lot. Looking for, I guess we go to energy, right? There we go. There's a watch list we can get on board with. GameStop taking a hurting today. GameStop down almost 8% at $24.61. Down, but able to hold that $2 mark. A little bit impressive. Down 4%. Still at $203. And AMC hanging above that $6 mark, down 6% at $6.12. And Neo continuing to take a hurting over there today too, down now 11.5% on Neo at $10.80. MindMed taking a little bit of a hit, down 10% at $2.78 on MNMD. Drug. You know, this is a great example, guys, of what happens messing with DRUG. You get extreme highs and extreme lows. Down now at 108 after running all the way up to 126 earlier. So we've seen some green earlier. Back in the red on drug. Bound to happen. What's up, Hyde? Good afternoon, my friend. Cheers, cheers, cheers. I'm on my, maybe my second pot of coffee. So we looked like we were getting a little turnaround, and then the market just turned back the other way. NASDAQ down 1.2% now. S&P still down 0.85, and the Dow down 0.45. And AMPX, excuse me, making another late charge, now up 75%, 1080 on AMPX, Amprius Technology. Okay, and this is after news came out that the company announced it was awarded a $50 million cost-sharing grant from the U.S. Department of Energy's Office of Manufacturing and Energy Supply Chains. And they're among the first set of companies to receive funding from Biden's bipartisan infrastructure law to expand domestic manufacturers of batteries for electric vehicles and the electric grid, whose focus is on U.S.-based processing of materials and components. So, hopefully that goes to good use. And again, I give credit where credit's due. I don't know the ins and outs of these. I don't think anybody really does when it comes to stuff. You don't know how this funding's going to work out. Usually government funding doesn't work out the best, but we got to recognize good. We want to make these products back at home. We want to stop being less reliant on foreign products, especially when you're talking about chips and things like that. As we watch, hopefully, well, if it happens, Ford, GM, those companies, I don't think that there's going to be a full transfer to electric vehicles or anything like that anytime soon, but I think they're going to continue to build them. And if we want to be able to have affordable vehicles here, unfortunately, in the direction that we're going, we're going to need those plants. We're going to need those the operations going on here. So hopefully it happens. Hopefully the money goes to good use and it's not This isn't a company that we're talking about 3 years from now that we say, hey, the CEO fleeced everybody out of that grant money and he's over in Tijuana. I don't want to be doing that, but there's always that chance. Then you got Microvast Holdings. That's another one that's benefiting. Let's see what that actual. So they received. Okay, so Amprius Tech, almost twice as big of a company as Microvast. They got 50 million. Microvast came in and said, "Hold my beer. We're gonna get this 200 million." And that is not sure where is going to benefit the most. I'm on it, Birdie. Oh, Mr. Hunter. I'm sorry. I don't want to make you feel old, Birdie. I'll just call you Hunter. Birdie Hunter. Birdie Hunter. Birdie Hunter. Birdie Hunter. Yeah, give me just a quick 2 minutes, guys, to get Nikki out to his mom. And I will be right back, and we're going to wrap up this day. We got 21 minutes left. All right, I'll be right back with you in just a second. I am back, Lobo. I am back. Sorry about that, guys. Now I've been running around. Now I'm out of breath. Made it back. 11 minutes to go. Let's finish up this day. Strong. I'm a little bit excited about them, Hyde. I'm not gonna lie, and I don't play Tesla, but their earnings are always big. You know, I think they'll continue to be a benchmark. Is you know, maybe not just even EVs, maybe car markets in general. Yeah, I just had to run him out to the car. That was all. 10 minutes. 10 minutes. I know CBS Frog's excited about it. Yeah, there we go. There we go. I think it's interesting. I think there's always decision time. Let's take a look at Tesla. I mean, you got some time on that, so it's not like it expires this Friday where any kind of negative action is going to just crush it. Up 0.5% right now. The options are probably as volatile as you're going to see them. Maybe tomorrow morning we see a little bit more volatility, but it's got to be up there. Tough call, CVS. I think it's really a coin flip. I think if you want to look at how earnings have gone so far, which we haven't had any automotive. I believe Tesla's the first. As far as any kind of bigger company that's having earnings. So, is that good? Is that bad? We've seen Netflix in the early going in Q1 or at the beginning of Q2. We've seen Netflix kind of be the sacrificial lamb. I don't know. I like I said, I think that they're gonna spin it in a good way. Me and Birdie were talking a little bit in the Discord about it. I don't think the numbers per se will be good, but I think it has that potential, Hyde. But I think it's one of those things where, does it depend on how it's reported? Does it depend on how we've seen the bank earnings reported? We've seen kind of the forward thinking left out of it a little bit as far as the reaction. I don't know. I mean, they've been pumping those numbers in Germany for about the last week. We've heard about Tesla's numbers in Germany, so I'm sure that's going to be a big talking point. Still a lot of stuff to consider. When you consider Tesla, you got to look at the China situation. You got to look at, again, the almost as far as China's zero sickness policy, it looks like that isn't going anywhere anytime soon. It looks like that's here to stay. What effect does that have on Tesla? What is Tesla doing different that it's not going to have the effect? Now, you remember when Tesla was allotted certain, what's the word I'm looking for? Able to kind of not have to adhere to certain restrictions. If it happened to be places where employees could have lodging, things like that, Tesla was set up. For that. I don't think a lot of people like to hear that because they like to think that Tesla is this just company that uses only the finest labor and pays a decent wage, a living wage, which is true probably in a lot of areas. But we heard about the 14-hour shifts. We heard about people sleeping on the factory floors, things like that. Yeah, Birdie. Seems suspicious. Seems suspicious that he would say that. It just seems that that they're taking some of the positives from the LIV and trying to adapt it. Now, I'm not saying that that's a bad thing. The way that I've always looked at that, though, Birdie, was I thought that was something good about the PGA. I thought that the season was long enough that the superstars could take weeks off and kind of allow lesser known players to start gaining some fame to compete in those tournaments. And I'm not saying you don't always want to see the best competition in the world out there, because you absolutely do. But I think if you condense it, Birdie, then you push the stars further to the top. But I feel like you're gonna lose out on something. You're gonna lose out on some people that maybe wouldn't, that make runs during those. I don't know. I like having it. I like having it. Hey, that's what it's all about. Hi, that's what it's all about, baby. Listen, I know you're holding Tesla, so you know what? Even if I despise Tesla, I would still follow it. I would still analyze it. I would still do everything just because I know you're holding it, and that's the way I feel about everybody, every one of you. It's not because I'm a stalker. I just, you know, if you're holding something, I look at it as my responsibility to keep you updated on what's going on with that something. That's all. And not because you guys make me feel that way, because that's what we do. You keep me posted on what's going on in Minnesota, and I keep you posted on what's going on with Tesla, baby. We'll see. We'll see. Under 4 minutes here. See what kind of volume comes in. CBS Frog, keep me posted on what you're doing. Time's a ticking. Time's a ticking. Tough to, well, I feel that way sometimes because I might look at that if I'm just like, man, why does this weird guy keep knowing what I got in my portfolio? Like, man, I told this dude I mentioned this stock like 3 months ago and told him I bought 15 shares. Here we are 4 months later and he remembers what I bought him at. I'm weird like that. I don't know. It's the bartender in me. All right, 4 minutes, guys. 4 minutes. And looks like we're getting a little late rally. Nasdaq under that 1% loss. S&P down 0.73. All right, CVS. All right, well, hey, you just gave me a little extra skin in the game when we watch this earnings come in. I am pulling for you. I'm pulling for you big. And I think you're going to be good. I think you're going to be good. In my honest opinion, always have to say it, obviously not financial advice. I'm expecting a little pump off this. Again, you know, market conditions, a whole bunch of things can play into it by the time we get to the open tomorrow. But looking at this little pump right here, we're up at 221.79 on Tesla. Well, you know I do, Junk Savvy. I'll start reeling off prices, things like that. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly where I got it. That's exactly where I got it, Hyde. I always liked to feel that way, and, you know, bartending was one of the first jobs that I had the opportunity to do that back to people, and always any little things that you can do to, I don't use the phrase to make people feel special because people are special. You know what I mean? I like to use the phrase make people recognize how special they are. You know, you don't need me to me saying something to you doesn't make you special. But I recognize that you're special and want you to do the same. And Tesla's getting a little special right now through that 222 mark. Put that up here for this last minute. So Tesla making a late charge as we got 1 minute, guys. 1 minute. Last chance to pull the trigger on whatever you need. Maybe set yourself up for tomorrow. I bought one. I'll post it if you guys really want to see it. I bought one SPY call here just about 2 minutes ago. or actually about 7 minutes ago, I think is when it actually took. So we'll see. I'm not a big call. I think it was $121. And you know what? I banked that on. I'm liking Tesla's earnings. Again, not financial advice, but I'm banking on Tesla to pull the rest of the market up tomorrow morning. Now, whether this is good for the long term or not, let's see. And we got under 10 seconds, guys. And Tesla's still pushing. So we closed at 222.04 on Tesla, up 0.84%, and it is going to be a wild after hours. Oh, a stalker. A stalker. I was looking at Stoker. And Tesla getting some candles. We will see. I'm not sure. I think the earnings call is at 5, I thought I seen. Maybe later. Tesla likes to do their stuff a little bit later, being on that left coast. But yes, I got a lot of work to do, guys. I'm going to try to redesign this whole thing tonight. Hopefully I am successful. Got our hands on a couple new tools that we're going to be trying to use. So that is going to be my next 4 hours into poker. Yeah. But again, guys, thank you so much for showing up, showing out, sticking with us. ADTX, what happened there, CBS? Yeah, that just pumped. Pretty much the last 2 hours of the day, that thing flew. It was down at 263. It was down at 263 at 1:15 CBS. Ran all the way up to 324 before the close. Not sure what happened there. But volume started pouring in on this around 3 o'clock, and it got some power. I'll hit you with that heat map. You're gonna see me just in the center like a giant sun. Oh! No, maybe not. Yeah, let's hit that heat map and see how we finished. Let me just update it. And there you go. Finished bloody red. Energy ripped. Netflix held those gains. Adobe, we talked about that. Not much out of the banks. Procter and Gamble in the consumer defensive. But Walmart, Coca-Cola, even Pepsi ended up finishing down 1%. Home Depot. Just not a great day. Oh, we got Enzo G in the chat. That's weird. Well, you know, I may have did it. Tomorrow, maybe I should wear a green shirt. Maybe we have a little bit of a different, kind of outcome. All right, guys, I am going to go get at it and hopefully put something special together for us for tomorrow. But again, thank you all so much for showing up and showing out. And probably going to do the same kind of setup tomorrow. Probably going to might start pushing it back a little bit earlier, depending on what kind of information I can get put together. So. What I'm looking for, just to keep everybody in the loop about everything, looking to try to get some of the Asian markets, the Amsterdam exchange, things like that, that we can really benefit from in the pre-market. And if I can get all that together, we'll start running the stream a little bit earlier. give people some different things that you're not going to see just on Weeble and stuff like that. Some more international stuff that can get us ready for the day. But at the very least, we'll start it at 8 a.m. I'll be here by 9. You know, keep that going. If something comes up, if there's some news, I'll probably hop on. But just like to clear that. You know, I enjoy that ride to school with Nikki. It's a special time that I know one day isn't going to be there when he either wants to take the bus or want nothing to do with me. So, Tesla moving up. I had a good feeling about this. So CVS, good luck on that. Hyde, I know you're holding, brother. I'm going to be watching Tesla with some great intent, man. And let's everybody have a fantastic night. Hang out with your loved ones. Hug a dog if you don't have a kid. Whatever, you know, something like that. And I will see you guys tomorrow morning, bright and early, unless it's sooner. Again, Discord tonight. Poker, if you can make it, even if you don't play poker. We've gotten Enzo to really tame down the language in there, so he's not as abrasive. He's really been showing his human side. So yes, please join us if you can. If not, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks again, everybody. I will see you in the morning. Much love.